Chapter 18 27 Points obtained. The Gathering of the Seven Judges. 2. If the solar dragon race could find out that he took attribute bubbles from this body, he would write his name backward. Zhulong Shuang started to believe him a little more when she saw his expression. With a sweep of her hand, she kept the body. She heaved a sigh of relief. She finally retrieved the body. She would be able to answer to her clan now. Wang Ting, let me ask you one more time. Are you sure you don't want the friendship of the solar dragon race? Zhulong Shuang asked. No, Wang Teng replied without any hesitation. Very well, then I shall take my leave. I hope we won't be enemies. Zhulong Shuang looked at him intently. This was a difficult young man to handle. As long as you don't provoke me, we won't be enemies, Wang Teng replied calmly. Zhulong Shuang squinted. She nodded and turned to walk out. As Wang Ting watched the figure of the departing person, his gaze flickered for a moment. He gestured to Round Ball to close the door and then rubbed his hands together. Round Ball, we're rich. Including the 100,000 points from the 2 Eternal Stage martial warriors, you have more than 680,000 points now. Round Ball floated beside him and said with shining eyes. Quick, open the treasure pavilion. I have a strong desire to buy something now, Wang Ting said. Round Ball waved its hand and a screen appeared. The Academy's treasure pavilion page appeared in front of Wang Ting. I think you can consider forging your eternal level weapon now, Round Ball suggested. Eternal level weapon? Wang Ting frowned. But with my current smithery mastery, I'm still unable to forge an eternal level weapon. That's true. If you want to forge an eternal level weapon, you need to be a divine level blacksmith, Round Ball said. If you want to be a divine level blacksmith, you need to be at least at the universe stage. This requirement is similar to becoming a divine level alchemist. Wang Ting shook his head. It looks like it's too early to think about this. Round Ball gave a wry smile. Actually, with my physique and forces, I might be able to try making it once I reach the heaven stage. Wang Ting touched his chin and said. But you have to reach the heaven stage first, Round Ball replied. I thought that I could forge a weapon with the oceanic unicorn whale's horn soon, but it looks like I have to wait. A special horn appeared in Wang Ting's hand. He shook his head in disappointment. Let's leave it for now. Materials like this are extremely rare, even for someone at your stage or even the heaven or eternal stage. If you collect more special materials in the future, you might be able to forge a very powerful eternal level weapon, Round Ball said. Wang Ting nodded. He looked at the treasure pavilion and suddenly realized a problem. His 600,000 points didn't seem enough. He didn't want to buy cheap items, and expensive ones were out of his reach. Moreover, things like battle techniques and scriptures were useless to him. He could easily obtain a large number of them by farming attribute bubbles, so spending points to purchase them would be a waste. Most importantly, he had created the Chaos Constellation scripture, a scripture that encompassed all forces. There was no need to cultivate other scriptures. At least for now. I need to look at the hybrid scriptures to draw inspiration for the future creation of my Heaven Stage Chaos Constellation scripture. However, Heaven Stage, Universe Stage, and Eternal Stage scriptures all cost tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of points. My meager points are nowhere near enough. Wang Ting thought to himself, feeling somewhat helpless. This was awkward. He thought he was wealthy, but it turned out he was pretty poor. Actually, for ordinary martial warriors, a few 100,000 points was a lot. It was enough for them to cultivate for a long time. However, Wang Ting's path was highly unusual. It was different from everyone's path, so the resources he needed were probably staggering. Wang Ting shook his head and asked Round Ball to close the treasure pavilion page. Out of sight, out of mind. There were many things he wanted inside, for instance, the Nihility Divine Sword and the Hades Divine Sword. But he couldn't afford them, so there was no point in dwelling on them. Let's invest in cultivation instead. Wang Ting decided to head to the Sword Storm Plane to see if he could enter the realm space for cultivation. The realm space was a place that could raise one's ability quickly. Spending his points there would be an incredibly wise choice. Just when Wang Ting was preparing to head to the Sword Storm Plane, on the highest floor of the Academy's Arbitration Association building. There was only one meeting room. Normally, no one could enter this place. However, at this moment, a few figures appeared in the meeting room. There were 7 light figures in total. Their faces were blurred, and even if they were just silhouettes, they exuded a unique aura that made it impossible to look directly at them. On the seats behind each silhouette, there was an ancient tribal character corresponding to the numbers 1 to 7. The 7 judges. If the higher authorities of the Academy's Arbitration Association were present, they would recognize them. They were the highest leaders of the Academy's Arbitration Association. The 7 judges. At the same time, they were the strongest presence among the students. Normally, the 7 judges weren't in the Academy. Most of the time, they were either battling on the outer realms or exploring various mysterious forbidden territories to enhance themselves and seek breakthroughs to higher levels. The appearance of the 7 judges was undoubtedly a very rare occurrence. The 7 of them appeared and fell silent for a moment. In the end, the judge with the ancient language 7 inscribed on his seat let out a light chuckle and spoke. "Want to hear something interesting? The Academy has asked us to arrange a position for a new student within the Arbitration Association. Don't you think it's fun? A new student." The judge was sitting on the chair with the ancient language 3 inscribed on it, shook his head and said, "I remember this batch of new students has only been in school for a little over a month, right?" "A little over a month." The 4th judge smiled. His tone was ambiguous. "That's a first," the 5th judge remarked. "I heard that Hez from the 7th Stellar Academy." "Which one is he?" The 2nd judge turned and asked the one who opened his mouth first. "It's Wang Teng, the one who entered the star rankings. I didn't have the time to pay attention to him, but he seems quite eager to step into the spotlight." The 7th judge smiled. "Do any of you sense a hint of threat?" The 3rd judge chuckled. "Threat? Are you kidding me? How can a new student be a threat to me?" The 7th judge laughed as if he heard a joke. "Ha ha." The 3rd judge laughed and kept quiet. Why did the Academy want him to join the Arbitration Association? The 1st judge, who had remained silent until now, asked calmly. "They say he concocted a pill that caught the attention of an entity within the chaotic star sea. We got 60,000 years of peace in exchange for this pill," the 7th judge explained simply. His tone was devoid of emotion, giving away nothing. "1 pill for 60,000 years of peace?" The 4th judge asked in surprise. "It should be. I heard about it from an eternal stage martial warrior in my academy," the 5th judge said. "Oh, even you know about it. It seems that quite a few people are aware." The 4th judge was even more surprised. "Those who should know will know about this. This is a significant matter in the 7 stellar academies. You're just a bit late to the party, or perhaps you simply didn't want to get involved." The 5th judge glanced at him and spoke nonchalantly. "What pill can secure 60,000 years of peace?" The 1st judge asked curiously. "I heard that this is a spiritualized Dan. It's comparable to a divine-level Dan," the 5th judge said. "On par with a divine-level pill? How powerful is Wang Ting's alchemical skills?" The 2nd judge asked in surprise. "I heard that he reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. Even alchemy Saint Dao Yuan was alerted." A hint of intrigue flickered in the 5th judge's eyes. The judges were shocked when they heard this. Chapter 1828 Bloodlust Sword Domain, Lu Tian. 1. Peak of the Grandmaster level. The judges were astounded by Wang Teng's alchemical mastery. At their stage, they were rarely emotionally stirred by any matters. But, when they heard Wang Teng's alchemical mastery, they couldn't remain calm. "Impressive. I remember that Wang Ting is only in his 20s, but he has already reached the peak of the Grandmaster level. His talent is extraordinary," the 3rd judge commented. For someone in his 20s to reach the peak of the Grandmaster level, they had to take him seriously. This is probably why the Academy wanted him to join the Arbitration Association in advance, the 4th judge guessed. He gave 60,000 years of peace to the Academy. "This achievement can't be erased no matter what," said the 5th judge. "But, letting a new student join the Academy's Arbitration Association is against the rules," the 6th judge said. "It's indeed against the rules." The 5th judge nodded. Aren't rules meant to be broken? The second judge chuckled and said, letting a student who has the potential to become an alchemy saint join our arbitration association is a good thing for us. He's already more than qualified in terms of status and reputation. I heard that although Wang Ting just entered the academy not long ago, he's quite famous. He even broke the freshman record of 2 academies. He's quite impressive, the third judge remarked. It seems that he's indeed famous enough, the sixth judge said with a nod. I think it's inappropriate. If we let someone break the rules now, what happens when other situations arise in the future? Are we going to break the rules every time? What will our arbitration association become? The fourth judge shook his head. For a moment, there was some disagreement among them. These are the words of the Academy's Godstage martial warrior, the seventh judge said slowly after a moment. At this point, the 7 judges became silent. The meeting room was plunged into a profound silence where not even a breath could be heard. Why didn't you say so earlier? The fourth judge spoke softly. I wanted to hear your opinions. The seventh judge chuckled. The fourth judge. If it's a request from a Godstage martial warrior, then maybe we can make an exception. The second judge said. That's true. There aren't many instances where a Godstage martial warrior makes a request. We don't have to worry about anyone breaking this rule in the future, the fourth judge said. This Wang Teng is something. He made a Godstage martial warrior speak up for him, the third judge said. Is anyone here capable of getting 60,000 years of peace for the 7 stellar academies? The sixth judge asked. Even if we work together to kill a Godstage existence in the chaotic star sea, I'm afraid we still won't be able to get 60,000 years of peace, the second judge said. It's different. The fifth judge shook his head and said, but I have to admit that he does have some ability. He was just lucky. The seventh judge shook his head indifferently. Sometimes, luck is also a form of strength. The third judge chuckled. The seventh judge glanced at him but did not say anything else. So, what do you guys think about this? The fourth judge asked impatiently. Well, why not just sit back and watch? After all, he's a student of the 7th Stellar Academy, so the final decision rests with our 7th judge. The third judge looked at the 7th judge with a smile. The 7th judge frowned upon hearing his words. Then, he spoke in a calm tone. We can let him in, but I think we have to consider where he should be placed. Does the Godstage martial warrior of the Academy have any special instructions? The fourth judge asked. Of course not, said the 7th judge. A new student that just joined the Arbitration Association can't be made a full member right away, the 5th judge said. But the Godstage martial warrior requested us to arrange a position for him. We can't just bring him in casually to pass it off. If questions are raised, who will be responsible? The 6th judge said. Letting a new student become a council member is absurd, the 4th judge said. Whether it's within the academy or outside, every member of the council holds significant power. I believe this matter requires further consideration. I'm afraid the others won't be convinced either, said the second judge. Why don't we bring him in first and give him the title of an associate council member? The 7th judge's eyes flickered as he said calmly. Your suggestion is a little nasty. The third judge glanced at him and said. Why don't you give a suggestion? The 7th judge asked. Let's make him an associate council member for the time being. There's a council member assessment half a year later. Let him participate. If he passes, he becomes a full member, the first judge proposed. A strange look flashed across the 7th judge's eyes. This person rarely spoke, others seldom contested his words. As expected. I agree, the 6th judge said. That's a good idea. It won't antagonize the council members below, and it's reasonable in the eyes of the Godstage martial warriors. That's right. Let's leave it at that. The 4th judge thought for a moment and nodded. I agree. As long as he passes the assessment, everything will be fine, the 3rd judge echoed. The other judges agreed one after another. No one raised any objections. Chapter 1829 Bloodlust Sword Domain, Lu Tian. 2. In that case, let's do it. Seeing that everyone had agreed, the 7th judge's eyes flickered slightly as he said slowly. The meeting ended just like that. The 7 figures disappeared, and the entire conference room returned to silence. Sword Storm Plain. This was Wang Ting's second time here. He looked at the rain in front of him and stepped into it without any hesitation. "Hey, is that Wang Ting?" Someone recognized Wang Ting and asked in surprise as he walked into the rain. "Hez here at the Sword Storm Plain. I remembered that he broke the record in the Sword Storm Plain the previous time. Can he go further this time? I wonder if his ranking will rise this time. Speaking of which, what kind of sword enlightenment did he comprehend to rise to the 99,999th place? Who knows? It must be extraordinary. If we can find it, perhaps it could benefit our understanding of swordsmanship." Unfortunately, there were only a few witnesses when he comprehended the swordsmanship enlightenment. It will be difficult to find it. The comprehension of the sword enlightenment is integrated into the rain. As the rain changes, it will be incredibly difficult to find the enlightenment left behind by someone. Wang Ting didn't know about the discussion behind him. He walked forward step by step and passed the distance that he reached previously, walking deeper into the rain. His 5-element sword domain had already reached the 4th rank. If he wanted to comprehend a higher-ranked domain, he had to walk further. Due to his improved physical condition recently, these sword-like curtains of rain didn't pose any obstacles to him. At least for now. Not long after, he stopped and looked at the attribute bubbles in front of him. Wooden sword domain *100 wooden sword domain *120 wooden sword domain. Wang Ting closed his eyes and comprehended it. He nodded to himself. The comprehension of the sword domain in this place had already exceeded the 4th rank. It could improve his enlightenment. Wang Ting scanned his surroundings. He decided to pick up a wave of attribute bubbles here. Just as one must eat their food one bite at a time and walk the path one step at a time, domains need to be gradually improved step by step. After all, he couldn't raise all of his domains to the highest level in one go. It was great that there was a place for Wang Ting to improve his sword domain. After all, if Wang Ting went to collect attribute bubbles from other martial warriors, he wouldn't be able to benefit much unless it was a large group of Heaven Stage martial warriors. However, as his strength increased, Wang Ting would face a problem. The stronger the martial warrior, the fewer there were. It would be more difficult to farm attributes like that. Therefore, Wang Ting couldn't let go of all the opportunities created by the academy. He must capitalize on every single opportunity. Fire Sword Domain *150 Fire Sword Domain *80 Golden Sword Domain *120 Golden Sword Domain *100 Water Sword Domain *200 Earth Sword Domain *180 Earth Sword Domain *150 As Wang Ting moved around the area, he picked up more and more attribute bubbles, and various insights came pouring in. In Wang Ting's mind, a storm was unfolding as he crazily absorbed various insights. Fortunately, his enlightenment was relatively high, so he was still able to bear with it. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to withstand such a multitude of insights. If he wasn't smart enough, he wouldn't be able to absorb so many attributes. However, Wang Ting was still a little disappointed. Even in the Sword Storm Plane, there were mostly basic sword domain attributes. Wang Ting had yet to encounter any sword domains with special attributes. As his enlightenment of the 5 elements improved, Wang Teng's 5-element sword domain slowly approached the 5th rank. Wang Teng was elated when a particular enlightenment could improve at a visible rate. Anyone would probably feel the same as he does. Wang Teng decided to continue advancing deeper into the curtain of rain. He intended to collect attribute bubbles to enhance his understanding of swordsmanship while getting closer to the entrance of the realm space. After walking for 200 to 300 meters, Wang Teng saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the rain. Beside him, a few different colored attribute bubbles appeared. "Huh!" Wang Teng exclaimed softly. "Black attribute bubbles." Wang Ting looked at the figure with a hint of surprise, stopping his steps from afar. He couldn't help but feel some anticipation. He released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles around him. Bloodlust Sword Domain *300 Bloodlust Sword Domain *220 Bloodlust Sword Domain. It's the Bloodlust Sword Domain. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He closed his eyes immediately. In his mind, insights of the bloodlust sword domain appeared. This was clearly different from the basic sword domains he had obtained previously. In an instant, Wang Ting felt as though he had plunged into a battlefield of slaughter, with boundless killing intent flooding his mind, and only one thought in his heart. Kill. 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 This was unbelievable. Although his bloodlust ultima was not at the perfected stage, he had comprehended 80% of it. His enlightenment of the ultima wasn't low, so by right, he shouldn't be easily influenced. However, at this very moment, when the insights of the bloodlust sword domain emerged in his mind, he was immediately affected. Fortunately, the 9 treasures pagoda in his inner cosmos immediately emitted a golden light and forcefully suppressed his bloodlust. Phew! Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. He was shocked. This bloodlust sword domain was truly terrifying. When he looked at the young man not far in front of him again, his expression changed. This person is no ordinary individual. Even though he had comprehended 80% of the bloodlust ultima, the other party had comprehended the bloodlust domain. Wang Ting activated his real eye and looked at the young man in front of him. Cosmos stage. The surprise in Wang Ting's eyes intensified. The 3rd level of the Cosmos stage. This meant that the other party was also a freshman. Wang Ting couldn't help but pay more attention to this freshman. After all, he was able to comprehend such a unique sword domain like the bloodlust sword domain. Furthermore, the other party had already reached the 3rd level of the Cosmos stage. Most of the new students had just advanced to the Cosmos stage, but the young man in front of him was already at the 3rd level. This cultivation speed. Even for Wang Ting himself, he was able to raise his metal force and wind force to the 4th level because he could collect attribute bubbles. All his other forces were still at the 2nd level. In comparison, this young man's cultivation speed was astonishing. Swoosh! Just as Wang Ting was sizing him up, the young man suddenly opened his eyes. His pitch-black eyes pierced through the air, like 2 sharp black sword beams, locking onto Wang Ting's gaze. Huh! Wang Ting froze. He activated the 5-element sword domain. In his eyes, it seemed as if 2 strange, 5-colored sword beams had also formed, meeting the oncoming challenge. Boom! Their gazes collided in the air like the collision of sword conscious. They exploded in the air, turning into tiny sword rays that radiated in all directions, slicing through the curtain of rain. These 2 people's sword aura is so strong. Many people who were cultivating were alarmed and looked over with shocked expressions. The young man's gaze froze. He sized Wang Ting up strangely. He seemed to be surprised that Wang Ting had such a powerful sword aura. His bloodlust sword domain had never suffered a setback at the hands of his peers. No one could block it. However, the swordsmanship aura of the young man before him, in the silent exchange just now, was surprisingly on par with his own, showing no signs of falling behind. It was unbelievable. The young man did not get up. He sat cross-legged in the rain and said, "You're not bad." He exuded a cold aura. He was wearing black battle armor and gave off an unwelcoming aura. However, he was interested in Wang Ting. "You're not bad either." Wang Ting stood in the rain with his hands behind his back and said calmly. One of them was standing, and the other was sitting. They looked at each other through the rain. The atmosphere was a little strange. "What's your name?" the young man asked. "Wang Ting." "So it's you." The young man recognized Wang Ting. A glint flashed across his unflinching black pupils as he said, "My name is Lu Tian." Lu Tian. This name is a little wild. Wang Ting couldn't help but size him up. Chapter 1830 The official debut of the Constellation Society. 1. Lu Tian. That's Lu Tian. Who's Lu Tian? I've never heard of him. He's a genius who has emerged in recent years from the powerful force, the Holy Temple of Slaughter, in the Kang Dynasty territorial domain. Has been quite prominent. Kang Dynasty territorial domain. The Holy Temple of Slaughter. Has a talent from the Holy Temple of Slaughter. That Holy Temple of Slaughter is filled with a bunch of crazy individuals. I didn't know that Lu Tian is a talent from the Holy Temple of Slaughter. When Lu Tian and Wang Ting meet, who's stronger? Many people were momentarily taken aback when they heard the name Lu Tian. But soon, They recognized him and couldn't help but start discussing him in astonishment. Lu Tian's reputation was not small. Wang Ting heard their discussion and felt even more astounded. Holy Temple of Slaughter, he couldn't help but repeat in his heart. He remembered the Phoenix God Palace. Now, there was the Holy Temple of Slaughter. These factions certainly had imposing names. Wang Teng, the Holy Temple of Slaughter, quite formidable, on par with the Phoenix God Palace, and perhaps even more so. This faction embraces slaughter as their way of life, and almost all martial warriors within it have grasped bloodlust. Hence, every martial warrior there possesses formidable strength. Round Ball's voice suddenly appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Slaughter as their way of life. Wang Ting raised an eyebrow. Yes, they worship slaughter as their king, using it to quell conflicts. They rarely negotiate and can be quite difficult to deal with, Round Ball replied grimly. How difficult is difficult? Wang Teng asked with interest. Well, let's just say they won't stop until they beat you into submission, Round Ball said after a moment of silence. It almost forgot that this guy was also someone who doesn't back down easily, so the Holy Temple of Slaughter might not be able to intimidate him. However, it should remind him when necessary. Wang Teng could then decide what to do. Your sword conscious is not bad. Fight with me, Lu Tian continued. Wang Teng was speechless. Just like what Round Ball said, this guy was all about fighting. Wang Teng glanced around him and asked, this place isn't suitable, right? Let's go to the freshman leaderboard. Lu Tian got up. I just came, so I'm not done yet. I don't want to leave now, Wang Teng replied. You don't dare. Lu Tian frowned. What do you think? Wang Teng gave him a mysterious smile and asked him back. All right, I'll wait for you. Lu Tian glanced at Wang Teng and nodded. Then, he sat down cross-legged again and closed his eyes. Very soon, he entered his state of cultivation. A few black attribute bubbles appeared again. This sheep is not bad, Wang Ting commented in his heart. He released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles. Bloodlust Sword Domain *100 Bloodlust Sword Domain *150. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Ting's mind and turned into enlightenment. Instantly, the sensation of being filled with the intent of slaughter once again flooded his mind. However, Wang Ting was prepared this time. The 9 Treasures Pagoda emitted a golden light, and his powerful spiritual power suppressed the influence. Bloodlust wasn't able to affect him and was gradually absorbed by him. Not bad. Wang Ting looked at the young man in front of him in satisfaction. He looked at his attributes board. Bloodlust Sword Domain, 771,000, first rank. He had only picked up 2 rounds of attribute bubbles, but Wang Ting's Bloodlust Sword Domain attribute was almost at the 2nd rank. It looked like Lu Tian's grasp of Bloodlust Sword Domain was quite high. As these thoughts raced through Wang Ting's mind, his eyes brightened a bit more. However, before he could fully enjoy the moment, several more attribute bubbles fell around him. However, it didn't fall from Lu Tian. They had fallen out from the rain curtain surrounding them. Wang Ting was surprised. He immediately picked them up. Bloodlust Sword Domain *120 Bloodlust Sword Domain *180 Bloodlust Sword Domain *150. It's the Bloodlust Sword Domain 2. Wang Ting was surprised. He didn't expect the Bloodlust Sword Domain to drop from the rain. However, upon further thought, it seemed to make sense. If there weren't any relevant attribute bubbles in the vicinity of the rain curtain, Lu Tian wouldn't be cultivating here. In a way, Lu Tian was like a radar for bloodlust-type attribute. By following Lu Tian, he wouldn't need to search for the related attribute bubbles. Wang Ting decided to cultivate nearby. He wasn't leaving anymore. He found a suitable spot, sat down cross-legged, and began his cultivation. Even though Wang Ting had just picked up a more powerful domain enlightenment, his Bloodlust Ultima was still at the 8th level. It hadn't reached the 10th level perfected stage. He could use the enlightenment from the domain to help him reverse engineer his way to achieving the 10th level perfected stage. While Wang Ting sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, Lu Tian opened his eyes and looked at him with a hint of suspicion on his stern face. Was Wang Ting planning to cultivate here too? Did he have a bloodlust-type sword domain? Lu Tian couldn't see through Wang Ting. The sword Wang Teng executed earlier was no weaker than his bloodlust sword domain. Initially, he had assumed that Wang Teng's sword domain was that peculiar five-colored domain, but now it didn't necessarily seem so. This area was place for understanding bloodlust-type sword domains, a place he took much effort to find. There were no other insights here. Hence, it was highly likely that Wang Ting had grasped a bloodlust-type sword domain. For ordinary people entering this area, the mere presence of the bloodlust sword conscious would be unbearable, but Wang Ting seemed unfazed. Chapter 1831 The official debut of the Constellation Society. 2. This proved something interesting. Lu Tian's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. He closed his eyes again and immersed himself in his cultivation. Lu Tian would never know that his enlightenment was all picked up by Wang Teng. And he was still giving them to him. At this moment, in Wang Ting's mind, his enlightenment continued to evolve and refine, gradually completing his understanding of the bloodlust ultima. At the same time, once the bloodlust sword domain attribute bubbles appeared, he would pick them up immediately. He didn't miss a single one. Wang Teng's bloodlust ultima and bloodlust sword domain attributes advanced rapidly. In less than half a day, his bloodlust ultima had reached the perfected 10th level and his bloodlust sword domain had reached the 2nd rank. This speed was amazing. Bloodlust sword domain, 322,000, 2nd rank. Wang Teng looked at the attributes board and was extremely satisfied. However, this was the end of his enlightenment. Lu Tian had stood up and left the area. It was evident that the enlightenment in this place was no longer useful to Lu Tian. He needed to seek other areas with bloodlust-type swordsmanship insights. Wang Ting sensed his departure, but he didn't open his eyes. He continued his cultivation. After Lu Tian left, attribute bubbles continued to fall within the rain curtain. These attribute bubbles were still useful to him. Lu Tian glanced at Wang Ting and then proceeded deeper into the rain curtain. Wang Ting got up too. He didn't need to wait here. The timing of the attribute bubbles falling from the rain curtain was unpredictable. He could come back later to collect them. He needed to raise his 5-element sword domain attribute. Time passed. Another 2 hours passed. Wang Ting's 5-element sword domain attribute finally achieved a breakthrough. 5-element sword domain, 125,000, 5th rank, 5th rank. Wang Ting's 5-element sword domain attribute finally reached the 5th rank successfully. What an arduous process. The 5-element sword domain required the collection of all 5 elements of the sword domain attributes, making its advancement a challenging endeavor. What's more, the 5-element sword domain was unique to him. It was extremely difficult to find the same sword enlightenment. Even if Wang Ting searched the entire sword storm plane, there was no guarantee that he could find a similar understanding of the 5-element sword domain. Sigh, it's not a good thing to be too outstanding. Wang Ting shook his head and sighed in his heart. At this point, Wang Ting had ventured more than 2,500 meters into the sword storm plane. The rain curtain falling from the sky had become denser, but he still couldn't see the entrance of the realm space. There was still quite a distance to go before reaching the entrance. Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry. The sword storm plane was a treasure trove. He intended to make the most of it. After his 5-element sword domain reached the 5th rank, the enlightenment here wasn't of much use to him. He needed to delve deeper into the planes. But, before that, a long sword appeared in his hand and he swung it casually. A 5-colored sword light penetrated the rain curtain. It didn't seem to have any attacking power. Instead, it completely blended into the rain curtain, silently disappearing. Many people noticed this scene and were astounded. What a powerful sword enlightenment! What did Wang Teng comprehend? He left behind such a powerful sword enlightenment. Quick, has gone. Let's take a look. As the crowd buzzed with discussions, Wang Teng had already vanished within the rain curtain. Some people reacted quickly and rushed to the area where Wang Teng had just unleashed that sword. They hoped to find the insights he left behind. Unfortunately, that sword had completely disappeared. No traces could be found. The insights left by previous individuals could only be discovered if one's enlightenment reached a certain level. Besides ability, it also depended on luck. Wang Ting didn't care what the others were doing. He saw Lu Tian again and prepared to collect more attribute bubbles. This was his ATM for bloodlust attributes. How could he let him go so easily? Around Lu Tian, numerous black attribute bubbles had appeared again. These were the enlightenment of his bloodlust sword domain. Wang Ting silently released his spiritual power and picked them up. Bloodlust sword domain *170 Bloodlust sword domain *210 At this moment, Lu Tian opened his eyes abruptly. His gaze was filled with coldness as he looked at Wang Ting. Are you following me? No, not at all. It's just a coincidence. Wang Ting glanced around, wearing an innocent expression. Lu Tian stared at him coldly. He didn't believe him, but he couldn't do anything. The sword storm plane didn't belong to anyone, and he had no authority to force Wang Ting to leave. If was significantly stronger than Wang Ting, he might be able to drive him away. But, after the earlier short exchange, it was clear that this young genius who made it onto the star rankings wasn't just all talk. If he wanted to chase Wang Ting away, he had to use his real ability. The sword storm plane wasn't suitable for a battle. Thus, he closed his eyes and continued cultivating. He ignored Wang Ting. However, this talent from the Holy Temple of Slaughter couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. He secretly decided that when they reached the freshman leaderboard, he must defeat Wang Ting and let him know that he was not to be trifled with. Wang Ting chuckled silently. This ATM was quite easy to fool. He didn't care what Lu Tian was thinking. They would have to fight sooner or later, so he wasn't afraid of offending him. Getting attribute bubbles was an important matter. No one could stop him. While Wang Ting was cultivating in the sword storm plane, the new students outside were causing quite a stir. Chapter 1832 The official debut of the Constellation Society. 3. After Wang Ting and Zhu Longshan's battle, some talents finally couldn't contain themselves any longer and began challenging the freshman leaderboard. Some even aimed to dethrone Wang Ting from his first-place position and make a name for themselves by outperforming this prodigy who got on the star rankings. Wang Ting had been in the spotlight recently. Many people were unconvinced. Although Wang Teng's identity as a Grandmaster-level alchemist was exposed, battles between martial warriors had little to do with alchemy. As long as they could defeat Wang Ting in martial prowess, they could achieve fame. This brings us to the unique aspect of the freshman leaderboard. The freshman leaderboard had a memory function. In other words, when martial warriors engaged in battles within the freshman leaderboard, the leaderboard would have a power assessment to determine their ranking. For instance, Wang Ting was number 1 in terms of current combat strength, followed by Zhu Longshan. For those martial warriors who joined the freshman leaderboard afterward, as long as their displayed combat strength couldn't surpass these two, they would be ranked behind them. Unless they challenge Wang Ting and Zhu Longshan and defeat them, they wouldn't be able to push down their rankings. However, if during their battles, their demonstrated combat strength was assessed by the freshman leaderboard as surpassing that of Wang Ting and Zhu Longshan, even if they hadn't directly fought against them, their ranking would be above them. In such cases, if Wang Ting and Zhu Longshan wanted to reclaim the top position, they could only challenge the new first place. In summary, the freshman leaderboard had a certain time limit. The ranking would change according to the battle power demonstrated by the other students. Now, more and more talented martial artists are vying for positions on the freshman leaderboard. The battle was intense, even more intense than when Wang Ting and Zhu Longshan initially competed. Once someone started competing, those behind couldn't sit still. One by one, they joined in. But no one was able to surpass Wang Ting and Zhu Longshan. They firmly held the first and second place. Meanwhile, as the competition for the freshman leaderboard grew fiercer, the new students became increasingly eager to enhance their strengths. They either attended various courses or went to different training locations to practice, incurring expenses in the form of points. Since they needed to cultivate, they needed all kinds of scriptures, battle techniques, and pills. Not everyone was as well off as Wang Ting. At the start, everyone bought from the Academy's treasure pavilion. However, at some point, another channel began circulating among the freshmen. An organization formed by freshmen appeared on everyone's radar. In a certain part of the academy, a bunch of freshmen were gathered together. They seemed to be discussing something. Have you heard? The faction formed by the new students. Yes, that's it. Are you talking about the Constellation Society? Yes, the Constellation Society. I heard that Wang Ting founded it. I wonder if it's true. It's true. I heard it from a few members of the Constellation Society. Many of them are martial warriors from the Great Qian Empire within the Liuguang territorial domain. They come from the same place as Wang Ting. No way, is it really him? Is he that impressive? He's already starting to build his influence and people are willing to follow him. He's a talent on the star rankings and a grandmaster alchemist. It's normal that people are willing to follow him. Comparisons are infuriating. While we're still struggling at the bottom, he's already building his power. Such discussions were taking place throughout the academy. It spread to all the new students. The Constellation Society. The name sounded quite imposing. What surprised people even more was that this faction was using Wang Ting's name to sell various pills. Many people knew that Wang Ting was at the peak of the Grandmaster level, so they were enticed when they heard that these pills were concocted by him. Moreover, when they discovered that the prices of the pills sold in the Constellation Society were much cheaper than those in the Academy's treasure pavilion, they were completely won over. There was no choice. Even rich families had limited resources nowadays. Points were used in all kinds of places in the academy. For many people, the rate at which they earned points couldn't keep up with their spending, so they needed to be frugal. The Constellation Society had hit the soft spot of these new students directly. As a result, there were many buyers. Especially after trying the pills, they realized that the pills sold by the Constellation Society were much better than the ones sold by the Treasure Pavilion. This further confirmed the fact that the pills were personally concocted by Wang Ting, the alchemist at the peak of the Grandmaster level. Of course, some people felt that buying Wang Ting's pills was giving him points. They didn't want Wang Ting to earn these points. However, they couldn't stop the majority of students from buying. If you didn't buy it, that was fine. Others would buy. There was news within the Constellation Society that Wang Ting didn't make many pills. He primarily focused on his cultivation and only concocted pills occasionally to earn some points. Hence, the quantity of pills was limited. It would be better if fewer people bought it. By the time those who initially didn't want to buy realized their mistake, they were filled with regret. When they tried to make purchases, there was nothing left. They felt awkward, but they remained stubborn. Some of them even openly commented on the internal web. "Chimph, what's the big deal? It's just pills. It's not like we can't afford them." That's right. Who knows if the pills from the Constellation Society are genuine? You may get sick after consuming them. Chapter 1833 The official debut of the Constellation Society. 4. Why not just buy from the Treasure Pavilion? There's guaranteed authenticity, and it won't cost much more in points. It's embarrassing to see talented martial warriors from all over the universe fighting over the pills from the Constellation Society just for a few points. There were all kinds of comments on the internal web. They were filled with jealousy and sarcasm. However, nobody paid much attention to these remarks. Those who intended to buy would still buy because the deal was too good to pass up. Anyone who didn't buy was an idiot. They didn't care whether it was embarrassing or not to save points. What they did know was that if their strength lagged behind others, it would be genuinely embarrassing. Some people were envious and wondered how many points the Constellation Society had earned. The Constellation Society is amazing. It's formed by new students, but it skyrocketed to fame. That's right. Those pills must have earned them a lot of points. It's more accurate to say that Wang Ting is amazing. That's right. Pills concocted by a Grandmaster alchemist at the peak level have no shortage of demand. I've used the pills personally and they are genuinely better than what you find in the Treasure Pavilion. Wang Ting's mastery of alchemy is truly formidable. It's funny that some people are questioning the quality of those pills. They don't know what they are saying. Indeed, it's good. The Constellation Society was just formed, so it's quite cheap. It might not be the same in the future. Maybe not. I think that the Constellation Society wants to compete with the Academy for business. They might keep their prices low to do that. You make sense. We're benefiting from the arrangement, so it's good for us. I heard some news. Have you guys heard about it? What news? I heard that members of the Constellation Society can help to sell pills and get a share of the profit. Really? Is there such a good thing? Many people know about it. Damn, I should have joined earlier. I'm willing to do anything for some points. It's not easy for us to earn points. Anyway, can we join? Does the Constellation Society only accept martial warriors from the Great Chen Empire? Really? You want to join already? What else can we do? We don't have any backing, so it's tough for us to stay in the academy. It will be nice if we can join a new student faction. It's worth a try. I heard that there are many factions formed by the seniors in the academy. They must be stronger than the Constellation Society. Why don't we give them a try? As the news of the Constellation Society spread, this new student faction, like a sprouting seedling, emerged unexpectedly, taking everyone by surprise. By the time the older factions in the academy realized what was happening, the Constellation Society was already gaining prominence. In a manner, Yu Chichiao, Wade, and a few others were gathered together. This was Wade's manor. It was where the members of the Constellation Society held their meetings normally. Since they began to make a name for themselves, they had been meeting here to keep an eye on the situation outside. Naturally, they saw the comments on the internal web. Initially, Wade prepared a group of men to suppress those sarcastic remarks and promote the Constellation Society's reputation. In the end, he realized that he didn't need to do it. That's it. Wade looked incredulously at the small number of negative comments on the internal web. He felt frustrated when he realized that he was useless. There are still plenty of reasonable people. Only a few of them are sour, Yu Chichiao said with a glint in her eyes and a smile on her lips. They're just a bunch of clowns. They won't cause much disturbances, Wade shook his head and said. But we can't relax. Those who could truly obstruct us haven't made a move yet, Yu Chichiao said. You mean? Wade turned serious. I've investigated. There are many factions formed by the seniors within the academy. They have been around for years and are deeply rooted in the academy. They also have their own networks of interests. If we suddenly join in and take a share, many of them might not be pleased, Yu Chichiao explained. Chapter 1834 The Feiyun Alliance. Wang Teng fights with Lu Tian. 1. Originally, members of these factions planned to win over Wang Teng. They prepared their offers and were ready to have a conversation with Wang Teng. Unfortunately, Wang Teng didn't give them the chance. After concocting the yin-yang dragon essence pill, a series of events occurred. Shortly after returning, Wang Teng went to the Sword Storm Plain. These people didn't manage to meet him. They couldn't find him anywhere. Then, in a blink of an eye, the Constellation Society appeared. Many of them were bewildered. Feiyun Alliance. One of the factions established by seniors within the academy was the Feiyun Alliance. It consisted of numerous powerful individuals, and the alliance leader was a formidable universe stage martial warrior. Although he hadn't reached the eternal stage, the ability of the Feiyun Alliance's leader was enough to make an ordinary eternal stage martial warrior take notice. However, his greatest achievement was the establishment of the Feiyun Alliance as well as developing it into this state. The alliance was incredibly influential, to the point where even factions with eternal stage martial warriors might hesitate to provoke them. This was likely the reason why the leader of the Feiyun Alliance remained stuck at the pinnacle of the universe stage. The Feiyun Alliance was one of the factions that attempted to win over Wang Teng. The Feiyun Alliance paid much attention to the Constellation Society after it appeared. They even convened a meeting of the alliance's top members to discuss this matter. Factions like the Feiyun Alliance, formed by seniors, could obtain permission from the Academy's Arbitration Association to construct their buildings within the Academy as their headquarters. At this moment, within one of the buildings belonging to the Feiyun Alliance, the top members had gathered. Even the leader of the alliance was present. There was a lively discussion among the attendees, with some suggesting continued efforts to win over Wang Teng, while others advocated for suppression. They believed that with the power of the Feiyun alliance, they had nothing to fear from a new student faction. Wang Ting is ambitious. The leader of the Feiyun alliance glanced around and calmly remarked. Extremely. A new student trying to establish a faction? I've been in the academy for many years and have never seen anything like this. Another universe stage martial warrior chuckled and said. Youth knows no fear, the leader commented. He probably doesn't even know how many people's interests he has already encroached upon, another universe stage martial warrior added. Perhaps he does, perhaps he doesn't, the leader of the Feiyun alliance said calmly, his eyes gleaming. Leader, what should we do now? Should we continue trying to win him over? The members of the Feiyun alliance couldn't come to a consensus, so someone asked their leader directly. Go ahead, send someone to make contact with him as soon as possible. Right now, many factions are eyeing this piece of cake. We need to move quickly or we won't get our share of the cake. The leader of the Flying Cloud Alliance nodded. But remember, diplomacy first, force later. If he refuses outright, then we can show our strength. Yes. Similar discussions were happening not only within the Feiyun alliance but also among various student factions within the academy. They were all talking about Wang Ting's Constellation Society. Some factions, like the Feiyun alliance, were preparing to deal with the new society. Tensions were rising. Wang Ting didn't know about this. He was still focused on picking up attributes in the Sword Storm plane. Many people couldn't find Wang Ting, so they went to look for Yu Qiqiao instead. The Feiyun alliance was the first to approach, represented by a Heaven Stage martial warrior. Yu Qiqiao frowned. She had no choice but to meet him. My name is Xia Xin. I'm from the Feiyun alliance. I came today to discuss some matters with you. The Heaven Stage martial warrior introduced himself with a smile. Oh, why are you looking for me? Yu Qiqiao pretended that she didn't know. Junior Yu, why are you acting? You should know why I came to look for you. Xia Xin looked at her and said. I won't know if you don't tell me. Yu Qiqiao smiled calmly. Then let me be direct. We, the Feiyun alliance, take the matter of your Constellation Society seriously. Our leader has always held high regard for Junior Wang Ting and hopes to recruit him into our Feiyun alliance. With his Grandmaster-level alchemy skills, he will hold a high position in our alliance. Xia Xin stopped beating around the bush and said. Senior Xia Xin, it's no use talking to me about this. Our president's matters are not something we can meddle in. We're just following orders. Yu Qiqiao looked at Wade and the others as she replied. Then, she smiled and leaned back on the sofa. That's right. We're just working for our president. We do whatever needs to be done and we can't make decisions. Wade nodded in agreement. In any case, I've delivered the message. You can convey it to Junior Wang Ting. We hope he takes this matter seriously. Xia Xin gave them a meaningful glance. Then, he stood up and said, I hope you give me an answer within 2 days. Many people are getting impatient. The Constellation Society is now a target, and everyone is waiting to get a piece of the pie. You are thinking too much. The Constellation Society won't be able to stop those people. With that, he left without giving Yu Qiqiao and the others a chance to respond. Yu Qiqiao's gaze flickered slightly as she watched the other party leave. Sister Yu, are we being threatened? Wade asked. Chapter 1835 The Feiyun Alliance. Wang Ting fights with Lu Tian. 2. Shall we tell boss? Wade asked. Tell him, Yu Qiqiao said irritably. This guy dumped the matter on us and disappeared to who knows where. Wade chuckled. Sister Yu always complained but she still worked dutifully for their boss. Typical of someone who talks tough but was quite loyal. The Feiyun Alliance isn't a small faction. I didn't expect to attract such a powerful faction the moment we made a name for ourselves. They must think highly of us, Wade frowned and said. They don't think highly of us. They think highly of Wang Ting, Yu Qiqiao remarked. I'll contact Wang Ting and see what he says. With that, she proceeded to contact Wang Ting. Wang Ting was cultivating in the Sword Storm plane. He asked Round Ball to block all messages from strangers. However, things were different for Yu Qiqiao and the others. Round Ball would inform him immediately if one of them contacted him. Yu Chiqiao. Wang Teng was puzzled. He asked, "Why is she looking for me?" Round Ball recounted what happened in the Constellation Society recently, including the visit from the Feiyun Alliance. The Feiyun Alliance. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. There was a sharp glint in them. He stood up, walked to a secluded area, and asked Round Ball to connect Yu Chiqiao's call. A projection of Yu Chiqiao appeared. "Are you at the Sword Storm Plane?" Yu Chiqiao glanced around her and asked, "No wonder I couldn't find you for the past few days. You're quite something, cultivating over there while we run errands for you. Thank you for working hard." Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. He felt a tad guilty. At least you have some conscience." Yu Chiqiao snorted. "You should know what happened, right? What should we do now? Ignore them. Well, deal with whatever comes our way. Well, cross that bridge when we get there. These people think Thief cornered me and can swallow up the Constellation Society. Well, see if they have the appetite for that," Wang Teng said in a calm tone. "All right, I can rest assured after hearing your words," Yu Chiqiao replied. "All right, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I need to continue my cultivation," Wang Teng said. "Wait," Yu Chiqiao called him hurriedly. "What is it?" Wang Teng asked in surprise. "The pills are selling quickly. Although we've been selling them in batches as you suggested, it won't be long before they're all gone." "It's not enough," Yu Chiqiao said. "That's fast." Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. "I didn't expect them to sell so well," Yu Chiqiao said with a wry smile. She didn't know if she should be happy or concerned. "Let's worry about it when they're all sold out. You shouldn't focus too much on these matters. Improving your strength is the most important thing. Some tasks can be delegated to others," Wang Teng reminded her. "All right." Yu Chiqiao nodded. The two of them ended the call. Wang Teng stood on the spot and pondered for some time. Then, he went back to his original spot and continued cultivating. Not far away, Lu Tian sat cross-legged, his brows furrowing involuntarily. That bastard was back again. On the other hand, Wang Teng was elated. His bloodlust sword domain had reached the 3rd rank. The gains he made these few days were significant. Wang Teng already felt how extraordinary the 3rd rank of the bloodlust sword domain was. It exceeded a normal domain. It might even be more powerful than some hybrid domains. Bloodlust, by its nature, was already a formidable power. Understanding it to the level of a domain made it even more terrifying. Wang Teng already had a deep understanding of bloodlust, so after mastering the bloodlust sword domain, he felt the true horror of it. However, after picking up a few attribute bubbles, Lu Tian couldn't hold back any longer. He stood up and glared at Wang Teng. For the past few days, Wang Teng had been clinging to him like a plaster. He couldn't bear it anymore. A moment ago, he thought that Wang Teng had left, but he came back again. He was toying with him. He would write his name backward if this guy wasn't following him. Lu Tian remained silent and just stood there, glaring coldly at Wang Teng. Wang Teng was somewhat helpless. This guy learned his lesson and used this tactic. It seemed like he had pushed him to his limit. "Brother Lu, why are you staring at me?" Wang Teng opened his eyes and asked innocently. "This place is huge. Did you see me looking at you?" Lu Tian shifted his gaze away and said calmly, "Wang Teng. Damn it, he got outsmarted. Not bad. Let's have a duel in the freshman leaderboard." Lu Tian said coldly as satisfaction flashed past his eyes. "Cough, sure, let's go to the freshman leaderboard." Wang Teng coughed awkwardly and continued, "But let's keep it casual, all right?" "Okay." Lu Tian nodded. After they finished speaking, they headed straight for the freshman leaderboard. Many people got excited when they heard their conversation. Lu Tian and Wang Teng are going to the freshman leaderboard. Quick, quick, quick. Let's follow them. We can't miss this match. Oh my god, I'm starting to get excited. I wonder which one of them is stronger. It must be Wang Teng. Lu Tian is powerful too. He's from the Holy Temple of Slaughter. No one has ever seen him in action, but there are many rumors. What do you mean by there are many rumors? Wang Teng's battle results are all real. How can they be compared? F***K, do you want to bet? I bet Wang Teng will win. 1,000 points. Chapter 1836 The Feiyun Alliance. Wang Teng fights with Lu Tian. 3. Are you betting with just 1,000 points? 500, nothing more. F***K, you're poorer than me. The group continued to argue as they followed Wang Teng and Lu Tian to the freshman leaderboard. The freshman leaderboard. When Wang Teng and Lu Tian arrived, news of their impending match had already spread like wildfire. Many people had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Wang Teng and Lu Tian immediately entered the freshman leaderboard and appeared in the combat space. Choose the battleground, Lu Tian said. You can choose. I'm fine with anything, Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. Lu Tian didn't say anything. He blinked and the scene around them changed. The area now resembled a battlefield, with a mix of blood and fire, cracked ground, and various weapons thrust haphazardly into the earth. An air of desolation enveloped the scene. Accompanying this change was a strong sense of bloodlust. Was this the battle scene that appeared in Lu Tian's mind? Wang Ting looked around him in surprise. The battle scene often materialized the most vivid impression in a combatant's mind. Previously, Zhulong Shan had manifested a desert. Now, Lu Tian brought forth a grim battlefield. However, this did not affect Wang Ting. He slowly ascended into the air with his hands behind his back. He gazed calmly at Lu Tian. A pitch-black battle sword appeared in Lu Tian's hand. It was blood and exuded a strong aura of death. His entire body emitted a strong killing intent as if a terrifying beast lurked behind him. His gaze was fixated on Wang Ting. Wang Ting felt the murderous intent and was somewhat shaken. Lu Tian was able to use his killing intent to this extent. It was almost indistinguishable from his aura. The members of the Holy Temple of Slaughter were indeed impressive. Swoosh. Suddenly, Lu Tian made his move. His gaze turned sharp and killing intent erupted from his body as he swung his sword. A black sword light streaked across the sky. An endless aura of bloodlust swept toward Wang Teng. Wang Teng smirked. A terrifying aura of bloodlust burst forth from him as well. He summoned a universe-level battle sword and unleashed an explosive strike. The same black sword glow exploded with a powerful killing intent. Boom! In an instant, the two sword glows collided. Their intense auras of bloodlust clashed in mid-air. Explosions resounded. The overwhelming auras of bloodlust filled the entire sky, distorting the surrounding space. Bloodlust. Astonishment flashed past Lu Tian's eyes. Indeed, you have grasped bloodlust. It's just the bloodlust. Is it very difficult to grasp? Brother, why are you so surprised? Wang Teng replied calmly. Lu Tian. This bastard is showing off. He felt the urge to chop this guy into pieces. It was widely known that the bloodlust conscious was extremely difficult to grasp. Even those martial warriors who were constantly active on the battlefield wouldn't necessarily be able to grasp it. Wang Teng was well aware of this fact. After all, he had been on the battlefield. However, he had hardly ever come across martial artists who had comprehended the bloodlust conscious. Even those who had grasped it only had a shallow understanding of it. They hadn't reached the ultima stage. In any case, it was of little use to Wang Teng. Those who could comprehend the bloodlust conscious were either ruthless killers or individuals who had undergone some unique enlightenment. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to master this concept. Lu Tian was aware of this too. However, Wang Teng pretended that it was nothing, and that was infuriating. Especially since the bloodlust conscious was something Lu Tian took great pride in. He wouldn't tolerate anyone belittling it. Lu Tian snorted and disappeared on the spot. He charged towards Wang Teng at the speed of lightning. The battle sword in his hand radiated waves of black sword glow that swarmed towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng blinked. He transformed into a beam of light, moving even faster than Lu Tian. Light bolt. He weaved through the black sword glows like a streak of white light. At the same time, within the white light, black sword lights blossomed one after another. It was a magnificent scene. It was like a white flower suddenly blooming with black petals. Boom! Most of the sword glows collided with Lu Tian's while some shot directly towards him. Lu Tian was forced to appear. His expression darkened as he swept his battle sword and destroyed all the sword glows. At this moment, Wang Ting's white light arrived in front of him. Lu Tian squinted. "You're too slow." Wang Ting smiled at Lu Tian and slashed his battle sword out, unleashing a burst of black sword glow. "My sword is fast enough." Lu Tian's pupils constricted. The battle sword in his hand surprisingly arrived before Wang Ting's, colliding with Wang Ting's battle sword. Clang! A continuous metallic resonance echoed through the void. Small cracks were formed in the surrounding space. This battle space could simulate everything. It was no different from the real world. Thus, any disturbances caused by the battle were accurately represented. The fact that the space was cracking meant that the strength of both martial warriors was enough to shatter real space. At this moment, the two were engaged in close combat. Within a radius of less than 3 meters, sword lights flickered, and it became nearly impossible to distinguish between Wang Ting's and Lu Tian's sword glows. Within a few seconds, they had exchanged a few hundred sword moves. The onlookers were dazzled. Chapter 1837 The Feiyun Alliance. Wang Ting fights with Lu Tian. 4. So powerful. Both of them are amazing. Everyone knows that Lu Tian's sword skill is powerful, but Wang Ting's sword skill is on par with his. This is unbelievable. I remember that the last time Wang Ting fought with Zhu Longshan, his greatest strength was his physical prowess and his blade skills. That's right. Not only is Wang Ting's physique and blade skill powerful, but his sword skill is also terrifying. Damn, how did he cultivate? He's so abnormal. Did you notice that his sword conscious is exactly the same as Lu Tian's? That's right. I heard that Lu Tian mastered the bloodlust conscious. Could it be? It must be. Even if I'm not in the battle space, I can still feel the indescribable killing intent. What a coincidence. Wouldn't their duel be extremely intense? I wonder who's stronger. Zhu Longshan was among the crowd too. He came after knowing that Wang Ting was going to have a duel with Lu Tian. He wouldn't let go of this chance. However, after seeing them in action, his heart was having a hard time handling it. That bastard Wang Ting mastered such a powerful bloodlust sword conscious, but he didn't use it the previous time. Didn't that mean he didn't manage to get Wang Ting to use his full strength? Compared to his defeat, this was a greater insult to him. His gaze was locked onto the battle in the combat space between Wang Ting and Lu Tian. He clenched his fists tightly and veins even popped on his forehead. The martial warriors around him instinctively moved away, fearing that he might lose control and strike someone nearby with a punch. Boom! There was a loud explosion. In the battle space, Wang Ting and Lu Tian's battle swords clashed and created a series of sparks. Then, they separated and shot backward. After their exchange, the shockwaves caused by their forces pushed them back several kilometers before they managed to stop in midair. They stood facing each other. Wang Ting, you've surprised me. I didn't expect someone to master the bloodlust conscious to this extent and be able to fight with me. Lu Tian unexpectedly showed a hint of excitement as he spoke. Wang Ting couldn't help but find it both funny and exasperating when he saw Lu Tian's expression. This guy was eager for battle. However, this was a good thing. The more intense the battle, the more attribute bubbles he would drop. Wang Ting was keen on harvesting more wool from him. Thus, this is nothing. I didn't exert my full strength yet, Wang Ting replied calmly. Good, you're quite arrogant. Let me see if you can withstand this sword of mine, Lu Tian shouted. The battle sword in his hand suddenly gave off a glaring black glow. A sword light soared into the sky, reaching hundreds of feet long, endless killing intent condensed on this sword light like a sea of corpses and blood. It crashed down towards Wang Ting like a deluge. Godslayer first stance. A profound black light shot out of Lu Tian's eyes. He appeared extremely dangerous as he slashed his battle sword out. 100-foot sword glow descended from the sky, carrying with it a terrifying bloodlust conscious. The frightening sword light reflected in Wang Ting's pupils. His gaze turned sharp. Brilliant golden light burst from his battle sword. At the same time, a powerful bloodlust conscious wrapped around the golden sword glow, giving the sharp golden sword glow a menacing aura. It became even more dangerous. The 12 Swords of Tyrant. First Sword. Without any hesitation, as the black sword light from the opposite side reached above his head, Wang Ting smirked and slashed his sword out. The golden sword light tore through the sky, surging with a fearsome bloodlust conscious. Majestic. Overpowering. This was the only way to describe this move. It might not be as pure as Lu Tian's sword light, which was filled with endless bloodlust conscious, but it concealed a terrifying killing intent, exuding unparalleled dominance. Boom. The two sword lights collided in front of countless astonished onlookers, producing a violent explosion in the sky. Chapter 1838 Wang Ting's Frightening Strength. Lu Tian's Mental Breakdown. 1. The two unparalleled sword lights collided with a resounding impact, unleashing powerful sword auras that swept the surroundings. The audience in the other space was flabbergasted. Their gazes were fixed on the point of collision. They didn't even dare to blink. Boom. Explosions echoed continuously. The residual force surged outward and sword aura swept through the arena. Suddenly, a figure was thrown out of the clash of sword lights. Lu Tian. It was Lu Tian. He lost in the clash of swords and was thrown out forcefully. What? There was an uproar. The crowd was shocked that Wang Ting's sword light managed to shatter Lu Tian's terrifying sword attack. Wang Ting is so powerful. Many people were astounded. Their pupils constricted violently. Wang Ting gave them too many surprises. His proficiency in swordsmanship had previously been only superficially demonstrated, causing them to believe he wasn't skilled in it. Now, it was clear that it wasn't a matter of not being skilled. He just needed the right time to display it. When facing Lu Tian, a genius in swordsmanship, Wang Ting revealed his mastery in swordsmanship and gained an upper hand in the first round of their clash. This was unbelievable. Lu Tian's body was thrown back a few thousand meters. He stomped his feet on the air and left a clear white mark in the space before he finally came to a halt. He looked a little disheveled. His long hair was scattered, giving him a slightly unkempt look, and there were even 2 small sword scars on his cheeks. The sword scars suddenly cracked open and blood began oozing out. Lu Tian wiped his cheek and felt the warm blood. His eyes gleamed with a red light. "What's the name of your sword attack just now?" His cold voice was heard. He stared intently at Wang Ting, seeming even more excited. "The 12 Swords of Tyrant, Sword 1. Wang Ting replied calmly. Among the spectators, a figure with its features concealed by light suddenly felt a twitch at the corner of its mouth. Wang Ting stole this sword technique from him, yet he mentioned it openly. Seriously. He had never seen such a shameless person before. This person was Yu Yunxian. He didn't miss any of Wang Ting's battles. Ever since he lost to Wang Ting, he had been paying close attention to Wang Ting's battles. Knowing your enemy was the key to victory. He had already lost, so he wasn't undefeatable. However, he believed that learning from his losses would make him stronger and help him win next time. Even so, he had to admit that Wang Ting's understanding of the first sword of the 12 Swords of Tyrant had surpassed his own. He had even forged his own path within the technique. He knew that he couldn't wield that last sword attack. It embodied not only the grandeur and dominance of the 12 Swords of Tyrant but also an intense killing intent. This was something he didn't have. The path of the sword and the path of bloodlust were intertwined. Amplifying the bloodlust conscious would make the sword technique even more powerful. The 12 Swords of Tyrant. The first sword. Lu Tian's eyes shone brightly. He stared at Wang Ting and continued, "That means that you still have 11 sword moves. Make a guess." Wang Ting smiled. "Lu Tian. Again. I lost to the first sword. Let's see if you can withstand my second one," he shouted coldly. Lu Tian disappeared on the spot and charged towards Wang Ting once again. An even stronger killing intent erupted from his battle sword. That killing intent instantly transformed into a peculiar domain, spreading outward at an imperceptible speed. The bloodlust sword domain. Lu Tian finally used the power of domain. A pitch-black field shrouded Wang Ting. Boundless killing intent permeated the area. Sword lights crisscrossed, forming a torrent of jet-black sword energy. Wang Ting's pupils shrank abruptly. This move was very strong. The Bloodlust Sword domain was merged into this move, making it incredibly powerful. Even Wang Ting felt the pressure. This was the power of a 4th-rank sword domain. Wang Ting didn't know if Lu Tian had used his full strength, but at this moment, he had to release his 4th-rank domain to resist the attack. However, his Bloodlust Sword domain was only at the 3rd rank. There was still a huge gap between him and Lu Tian. God Slayer 2nd stance. Lu Tian shouted. The torrent of black sword light soared into the sky and plummeted with a deafening sound, tearing through the void and creating a piercing sonic boom as it swept toward Wang Ting. The dense and numerous sword glows completely sealed all Wang Ting's paths of escape. The Bloodlust Sword domain released endless killing intent and enveloped Wang Ting, causing his body to stiffen. A normal person wouldn't be able to move under this terrifying bloodlust aura. However, Wang Ting was different. His eyes sparkled as he scanned his surroundings. Then, he released his spiritual power rapidly and collected all the attribute bubbles dropped by Lu Tian. Bloodlust Sword Domain *300 Bloodlust Sword Domain *350 Once you use it, you will drop attribute bubbles, whether you want to or not. Wang Ting smiled secretly. More insights of the Bloodlust Sword domain appeared in his mind and this attribute improved swiftly. When he was at the Sword Storm plane, his Bloodlust Sword domain had already reached the upper tier of the 3rd rank. Now, with another few hundred points of enlightenment, his Bloodlust Sword domain had finally reached the 4th rank. Bloodlust Sword domain, 154,000, 4th rank, have a taste of your own medicine. Let's see if your Bloodlust Sword domain is stronger or mine. With these thoughts in mind, a powerful bloodlust aura erupted from his body. It was no weaker than Lu Tian's bloodlust conscious. Chapter 1839 Wang Ting's frightening strength. Lu Tian's mental breakdown. 2. Boom. The power of domain erupted. 4th rank Golden Sword domain activated. 4th rank Bloodlust Sword domain added. Try my second sword too. Wang Ting's competitiveness was ignited. He shouted as he confronted the attack. The 12 Swords of Tyrant. The second sword. Boom. Within the domain, an explosion of unique golden and black sword lights erupted, forming a torrent that surged upwards from below. It fiercely collided with the black sword light torrent descending from above. Violent explosions resounded. The entire domain vibrated and the void seemed on the verge of collapsing. The power of these 2 swords was incredible. The expressions of the audience changed entirely. They were flabbergasted. These 2 martial warriors had such a profound understanding of swordsmanship. It was amazing. They stared intently at the sky in the battle space. The outcome hung in the balance. Boom. The 2 torrents of sword light clashed continuously, radiating sword glows in all directions. The intensity of the battle spiraled upwards as the sword light turned sharper and stronger. Lu Tian stared at the collision and his expression suddenly changed. The black sword light torrent he unleashed was showing signs of disintegration. It was gradually melting away within his opponent's black and golden sword light torrent like ice that met fire. Once these signs appeared, the melting speed accelerated. The next instant, the black sword light torrent exploded, and countless sword glows dissipated into the air. Lu Tian's expression changed. He immediately retreated. But, it was too late. The black and golden torrent of sword light, after breaking through his attack, cut through the air and swiftly enveloped him. Boom. Lu Tian was engulfed by the torrent of sword light. He disappeared from everyone's vision. Is he defeated? All eyes were fixed on the torrent of sword light. Many people couldn't help but feel nervous for Lu Tian. They wondered if he could withstand the onslaught of the sword light. Even though they weren't experiencing it firsthand, they could sense the terror of the torrent. Many people felt that they wouldn't be able to withstand the force of the attack. There was no doubt about it. However, Lu Tian was exceptionally powerful. Many people felt that he might be able to withstand this powerful attack. Second sword. The muscles on Yu Yangxian's face twitched again. What did he just see? The second sword of the 12 swords of Tyrant. There was no mistake. That was the second sword of the 12 swords of Tyrant. He suddenly remembered that during the League of Talents, Wang Ting told him that he would be able to learn a skill after the other party executed it once. Originally, he didn't believe it. He felt that it was already a miracle for him to learn the first sword of the 12 swords of Tyrant. The 12 swords of Tyrant was increasingly difficult to cultivate as one progressed, let alone learn it on the spot. But it seemed that Wang Ting had accomplished it. He truly mastered the second sword. Yu Yunxian had never met anyone who could make him feel so powerless. Wang Ting stood with his sword in hand and his gaze fixed on the sword light torrent ahead. He squinted slightly. What a close call. Lu Tian was at the 3rd level of the Cosmos stage. Fortunately, his constellation metal force was a level higher than his opponent at the 4th level. Otherwise, he might be able to suppress his opponent's 4th-rank sword domain. But, before he could relax, something strange occurred within the sword light torrent. Boom! Right at that moment, a jet-black sword light shot straight into the sky, dispersing Wang Ting's sword light torrent. Countless sword lights scattered in all directions. Ring! At the same time, the hum of the sword echoed in the void, overpowering all other sounds. It was loud and ear-piercing. Wang Ting looked at the sword in his hand. The sword was trembling. He raised his eyebrows in astonishment. Unity of man and sword. Another one. The powerful aura released by Lu Tian was the unity of man and sword. Wang Ting mastered this realm of swordsmanship, so he was familiar with it. Unity of man and sword. Yu Yunxian was muttering to himself as well. He started to pay more attention to Lu Tian. A martial warrior who mastered the unity of man and sword was not to be underestimated. Lu Tian gave him many surprises. The audience sat up straight when they saw this scene. It looks like Lu Tian hasn't lost. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Tian destroyed Wang Ting's sword light torrent and reappeared in front of the crowd in a truly stunning manner. Wang Ting, you're strong, but winning against me won't be easy, Lu Tian shouted coldly. A terrifying sword conscious enveloped his body. He seemed to have merged completely with the sword conscious. He raised his battle sword high as if it had fused with his body and became an extension of his arm. Sword conscious soared through the clouds. His body became one with the sword light, completely transforming into a black sword light. A strange fluctuation appeared abruptly. Strange patterns formed above the black sword light and etched onto it. The power of laws of origin. This was the power of laws of origin. Wang Ting was appalled. He felt a dangerous aura as if he would be killed instantly by this sword. This sensation came without any warning. But it was undeniably present in his heart. Wang Ting rarely experienced such a feeling. He would only have this kind of sensation when facing a martial warrior much stronger than him. Chapter 1840 Wang Ting's frightening strength. Lu Tian's mental breakdown. 3. It was unbelievable. That power of origin. Wang Ting was shocked. He had his suspicion. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He swung his battle sword and the 5-element sword domain erupted. He could no longer hold back. Anyway, he had more or less gotten all the attribute bubbles he needed. Even though no one would die in the battle space, he couldn't allow himself to lose to his opponent. A 5-colored radiance burst from the sword in Wang Ting's hand. His 5-element sword domain had already reached the 5th rank, so it was extremely powerful. This was his first time using it. As soon as it erupted, he felt the pressure decrease significantly. But it wasn't enough. He immediately infused the power of origin of the 5 basic elements secretly into the 5-element sword domain. Profound patterns appeared on the 5-colored sword light. This scene caught the attention of all the spectators. They were all shocked and stared wide-eyed at the 2 extremely scary sword lights. That's the power of origin. Both of them have grasped the power of origin. This is disgusting. How can they grasp the power of origin? Are they really Cosmos stage martial warriors? Many people could tell that the aura emanating from the 2 sword lights was the power of origin. They couldn't help but turn pale in astonishment. It was rare for a Cosmos stage martial warrior to possess the power of origin. The last time Wang Ting fought with Zhu Longshan had also released his power of origin. However, it was only at the first rank. Besides, the surroundings were dark because of his special solar dragon eye, so no one could see it. But this time, it was different. This time, their powers of origin appeared openly in front of everyone. Most importantly, the power of origin displayed by the two of them was extremely powerful. Both Lu Tian's and Wang Ting's power of origin shocked the crowd. Boom! There was a rumble. The black sword light formed by Lu Tian was finally ready. Without any hesitation, he slashed towards Wang Ting fiercely. The black sword light was unleashed. All the killing intent converged on the tip of the sword. They gathered at a single point, completely locking onto Wang Ting. At this moment, he finally understood where the sense of danger came from. This sword light had compressed the bloodlust domain to a point with the addition of the power of origin. It was all locked onto him. A single strike could determine the outcome. Many people started worrying about Wang Ting when they saw such a powerful attack. Lu Tian was at a disadvantage a moment ago, but after this attack, everyone's focus was on his sword. Wang Ting seemed to be in danger. The black sword light was truly terrifying. Everyone could feel its terror just by looking at it. Wang Ting's expression was solemn too. He gripped his sword tightly and gathered his five-element sword domain. A five-colored sword light was released. Unity of man and sword. Five-element sword domain, infused with the power of origin. At this moment, Wang Ting didn't dare to be complacent. He used all the techniques he knew. In the blink of an eye, the black sword light was already a few hundred meters above Wang Ting's head. His gaze sharpened. Without any hesitation, his whole being merged with the sword light and he slashed down with a resounding force. The sword light was imbued with 5 colors. It was incredibly dazzling. It was like a colorful flower blooming in the space. Everything pales in comparison. Stunning. It was incomparably stunning. Just a single sword, yet it was so stunning and impressive. Oh my God! Everyone looked at this scene in shock and disbelief. They didn't expect Wang Ting to be able to execute such a stunning and terrifying sword technique. But, before they could think further, boom! The 5-colored sword light formed by Wang Ting collided with the black sword light. Time and space seemed to freeze. This time, the collision of the two sword lights lacked the grandiose spectacle and the rampant sword energy. It was as if they had just collided uneventfully. However, the sensation of time and space freezing made everyone's expression turned solemn. Their gazes became a little nervous as they stared at the two sword lights without blinking. Everyone had a premonition that the outcome would be decided by this single strike. Crack! Suddenly, an extremely clear cracking sound was heard. It was exceptionally abrupt in this silent battle space. Everyone focused their gazes and immediately saw clear cracks appearing on the black sword light. Bang! In an instant, before everyone could react, the black sword light shattered, turning into a shower of black light that scattered in all directions. In the rain of light, a disheveled figure flew out. Meanwhile, Wang Ting's 5-colored sword light slashed towards the pathetic figure like a hot knife cutting through butter. Get lost! The figure shouted coldly and raised his sword to defend himself. It was useless. His entire body was ruthlessly sent flying by the sword light. He spewed several mouthfuls of blood and his aura immediately weakened. When the spectators saw this result, they could not help but take a sharp breath. Their eyes filled with disbelief. He lost. Lu Tian lost. Lu Tian's terrifying strike still lost in the end. They recalled Wang Ting's previous strike and felt a profound sense of awe in their hearts. Now, upon closer examination, that 5-colored sword light appeared to be the truly scary one. It seemed to contain the power of 5 domains, but it also seemed to be one domain. It was extremely mysterious. It was even accompanied with the power of origin. Although they could not tell how many types of power of origin there were, they knew that it was indeed the power of origin. Chapter 1841 Wang Ting's frightening strength. Lu Tian's mental breakdown. 4. At that moment, many people looked at each other. They finally understood why Wang Teng won. Wang Teng's attack was undoubtedly stronger than Lu Tian's. F***ck, this is sick. Someone suddenly couldn't help but curse. The others agreed. He must be a freak to be able to execute such a sword move. His sword skills have become stronger. Yu Yunxian took a deep breath. He had to admit that Wang Ting's sword technique had amazed him. He was sure that Wang Teng couldn't execute that attack during the League of Talents. However, he was able to do it now. This must be what Wang Teng learned after entering the Stellar Academy. Yu Yunxian felt that he had improved as well. However, compared to Wang Teng, he was still lacking. Zhu Longshan's expression turned ugly. Wang Teng's abilities had exceeded his expectations. This bastard was stronger than he had imagined. Wang Teng definitely didn't use his full strength when they fought. When he thought of this, his face turned green and he felt extremely humiliated. Because of his pride, he was unable to accept such a fact. Bastard! Zhu Longshan clenched his fists even tighter as the veins on his forehead bulged. In the battle space, Lu Tian barely managed to hold his figure. He looked extremely weak, but his eyes were filled with unwillingness as he stared at Wang Teng. He lost. He actually lost. Moreover, he was defeated fair and square using sword techniques. This was the first time he had suffered such a huge blow since he came here. He couldn't accept this. You lost, Wang Teng looked at him and said calmly. Lu Tian snorted coldly. He could not bring himself to admit defeat. It looks like you don't want to admit defeat. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and walked towards him. What do you want? Lu Tian's heart skipped a beat. An ominous feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. I getting you to admit defeat. The moment Wang Teng finished speaking, his body flashed and he disappeared on the spot. Lu Tian's expression changed drastically when he heard the sound of rushing wind behind him. He never expected Wang Ting to pull off such a move. His body was weak so he couldn't dodge in time. Bang! Swoop! Boom! A muffled sound reverberated. He felt like he had been struck by lightning. That's right, it was the feeling of getting struck by lightning. Could you believe it? Right on the heels of that, a sharp pain came from the back of his head and spread throughout his entire head, stunning him. What the hell is going on? What did the bastard hit my head with? It hurts. Unfortunately, before he could think further. Bang, bang, bang. Swoop. Boom. He felt a sharp pain in his head again, and the feeling of being struck by lightning appeared again. The dull sound kept entering his ears, making him feel terrible. Pain. It's extremely painful. He felt like his head was about to explode. He wanted to dodge, but his mind went blank, paralyzed by the lightning power, and his body simply wouldn't respond. Lu Tian almost doubted his life. He just didn't want to admit defeat. Couldn't he be a little stubborn? Was there a need to go this far? He regretted it. He just wanted to admit defeat and free himself from this devil as soon as possible. What? Are you still not admitting defeat? I respect you for being a man, Wang Teng said in surprise. He swung the lightning slap even harder. Lu Tian. I want to admit defeat. He screamed in his mind. As expected of the prodigy I think highly of. You're unwilling to admit defeat even at this stage. I'm impressed, Wang Ting said as he continued smashing his head. Since that's the case, I'll bestow you with bruises, Lu Tian. Bestow some bruises? This person was probably a devil. He was on the verge of tears. He really wanted to shout the words I admit defeat, but he couldn't do it at all. Before his voice reached his mouth, it was blocked. Lu Tian never expected this. As a proud sword prodigy, he couldn't believe there would come a day when he couldn't even utter 3 simple words. This was ridiculous. For some reason, he suddenly regretted challenging Wang Teng. Why did he challenge this devil? Because he could sense his powerful sword conscious. But now, he realized that what was truly terrifying about this young man wasn't his swordsmanship but his shameless personality that defied convention. This bastard was inhumane. No one knew how complicated and devastated this icy and cold genius was feeling. He couldn't say anything. The spectators were also dumbfounded. They thought that the battle was over, but they were treated to this scene. Wang Ting was holding a brick in his hand and smashing it towards Lu Tian's head. The dull sound was heard continuously. It made their hearts skip a beat. Boom. After countless strikes, Lu Tian's shaky body finally lost control and smashed into the ground. The terrifying force created a deep pit in the ground. Cracks spread out like a spider web. Everyone could see Lu Tian's current appearance. There were bumps all over his head. It was a tragic sight. He was no longer as cool and handsome as before. He was like a bumpy blob. His limbs were twitching as he lay on the ground. It might be better to just kill him. Too cruel. Many people could not help but swallow their saliva, their faces filled with shock and horror. Chapter 1842 Three-Element Martial Warriors, Feng Mo. Yu Chiqiao is injured. 1. Lu Tian lay lifelessly on the ground. He couldn't get up. He looked miserable. Even Lu Tian felt too ashamed to face anyone. He wished he could disappear right there. Wang Ting. He screamed in his heart. He was filled with anger and frustration. He wished he could confront Wang Ting with all his might. But he couldn't. He had to face a harsh reality. He couldn't defeat Wang Ting. The next moment, he committed suicide and disappeared from the space. He was unable to face the situation any longer. During the battle just now, he couldn't even commit suicide. Now, in his haste to leave the battle space, he resorted to such an extreme measure. This showed how humiliated and infuriated he was. Silence. Everyone was able to empathize with Lu Tian's overwhelming sense of shame. Their expressions turned strange as they watched his rapidly disappearing figure. The muscles on Zhu Longshan's face twitched violently. He disappeared from the spectator space. He suddenly felt that getting killed by Wang Ting directly wasn't unacceptable. It was far better than what Lu Tian experienced. He had never imagined that one day, he would be grateful that someone killed him with a single stroke. Damn, Wang Ting, your mentality isn't strong enough. Wang Ting shook his head and commented as he looked at Lu Tian's back view. Everyone. Look at what he was saying. He complained about the other party's weak mentality after beating him up so badly. What an evil person. Wang Ting had no idea what everyone was thinking. He scanned his surroundings and released his spiritual power to pick up the attribute bubbles Lu Tian dropped. Constellation Force, Earth, *1200 Earth Constellation Force *900 Bloodlust Sword Domain *100 Bloodlust Sword Domain *150 Origin of Slaughter *180 Origin of Slaughter *200 Divine Level Earth Talent *1200 Cosmos Realm, Spirit *2500 Universe Realm Enlightenment *3800 Not bad. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. The corners of his lips lifted slightly. Lu Tian didn't disappoint him. It was worth beating him up. The lightning slap was useful, but it would ruin his reputation if he used it too often. Lu Tian was an earth element martial warrior. Wang Ting almost didn't notice it. His swordsmanship was primarily focused on bloodlust conscious, and the profoundness of the earth force was entirely abandoned. In total, Wang Ting received 5,400 points of Constellation Earth Force from him. His Constellation Earth Force rose tremendously. Constellation Earth Force, 7,920,000, Cosmos Stage 2nd level. He also received 250 points of Bloodlust Sword Domain. Wang Ting's Bloodlust Sword Domain was already at the 4th rank. 250 points wasn't enough to raise another rank. Bloodlust Sword Domain, 154,000, 4th rank. What truly surprised Wang Ting was the Origin of Slaughter. His guess was right. Lu Tian had mastered the Origin of Slaughter. The Origin of Slaughter was extremely powerful. Lu Tian was able to unleash that terrifying sword attack because he simultaneously mastered the unity of man and sword and the Origin of Slaughter. However, based on the power of Origin that was dropped, Lu Tian's Origin of Slaughter was only at the 1st rank. It wasn't high. Wang Ting received a total of 380 points of Origin of Slaughter. As the attribute bubbles merged into his mind, enlightenment appeared. Boom. In an instant, Wang Ting felt an explosion in his mind. The comprehension of the origin of slaughter was far more terrifying than the bloodlust sword domain. There were no scenes of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, nor were there any horrifying memories of bloodlust. There was only the purest essence of bloodlust. This was a law of origin. It was the most direct and intrinsic manifestation in the universe. Wang Ting felt as though he had become a part of bloodlust itself. There were no other emotions besides the purest thoughts of bloodlust. If he opened his eyes now, other people might realize that his gaze had become devoid of any emotional fluctuations, like a cold and ruthless killing machine. Even so, those who had not yet left the scene noticed the change in his aura. What's happening? Wang Ting seems to have changed. That's right. He became more terrifying. I can't look at him directly. What's going on? Many people started discussing among themselves. They were astounded. Stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Origin of slaughter. This bastard comprehended the origin of slaughter. Lu Tian recognized the state instantly. No one knew better than him, and at this moment, he was extremely certain. But how was this possible? That guy clearly hadn't mastered the origin of slaughter just now. Did he grasp it during their battle? The incredulity in his eyes deepened as he thought of this possibility. How could anyone be this insane? Even he had experienced countless hardships to comprehend the origin of slaughter. Now, thinking back and looking at Wang Ting who had just finished comprehending, he suddenly felt a bit unbalanced in his mindset. It didn't take long before Wang Ting's enlightenment ended. His aura converged and he opened his eyes. In an instant, he returned to his original state. A faint smile appeared on his face as if what had just happened was merely an illusion. He seemed nonchalant. Everyone was speechless. This fellow changed too quickly. They didn't even know what happened. Chapter 1843 Three-Element Martial Warriors, Feng Mo. Yu Chiqiao is injured. 2. Wang Ting looked at his attributes panel. Origin of slaughter, 380-10,000, first rank. This was a brand new power of origin. Wang Ting didn't have it before. Also, this power of origin was extremely formidable. Based on the enlightenment he received just now, Wang Ting felt that the origin of slaughter was as powerful as the origin of space, the origin of lightning, and the origin of darkness. Then, there were the divine-level earth talent attribute bubbles. 1,200 points of attributes allowed his divine-level earth talent to rise significantly. Divine-level earth talent, 9,750,000. With these 1,200 points of attributes, his divine-level earth talent had reached 9,700 points. Soon, it would exceed 10,000. Finally, there were the Cosmos Realm Spirit and Universe Realm Enlightenment attributes. Wang Ting noticed that these talented martial warriors didn't specialize in spiritual power, but their spiritual power wasn't weak. Unlike the warriors he had encountered before at the same stage, whose spiritual power was much weaker, they were simply not on the same level. Back then, Wang Ting could only enhance himself by absorbing attribute bubbles dropped by warriors stronger than him. Of course, Wang Ting and Lu Tian were at the same stage, but Wang Ting's spiritual power was far beyond that of an average martial warrior. If he were to fully unleash his spiritual power, Lu Tian and Zhu Longshan wouldn't be able to resist. Spirit, 18200200000, Cosmos Realm, Enlightenment, 119400300000, Universe Level. Wang Ting glanced at them casually and stopped paying attention to them. These attributes were still far from reaching the next level. However, he did notice that this time, there were more spirit and enlightenment attributes compared to the battle he had with Zhu Longshan. Looks like I have to use the lightning slap. He touched his chin and wondered to himself. If it affects my image, so be it. There's nothing more important than getting attribute bubbles. While Wang Ting was counting his gains, a change occurred to the freshman leaderboard stone tablet outside. Two figures emerged from it. Then, Wang Ting and Zhu Longshan's names were pushed down. The first and second places were occupied by two different names. Number 1, Feng Mo. Number 2, Reynolds. Many martial warriors noticed the changes in the rankings and were surprised. Many people came to watch the battle between Wang Teng and Lu Tian. However, before they could see the result of their battle, another two names appeared, taking over Wang Teng and Zhu Longshan's positions. The first place has changed to Feng Mo. Who is this Feng Mo? I've never heard of this name. I don't know. Where did he come from? I've never heard of him. Reynolds is quite famous. He's a talented martial warrior from the Thunderpot territorial domain. I heard that he's the champion of the League of Talents there. He's very powerful. He's first, but he lost to Feng Mo. Does that mean Feng Mo is stronger? I've heard of the Thunderpot territorial domain. It's a unique domain, shaped like a pot, and it's known for some unknown reason to be a gathering place for thunderstorms. That's why it's called the Thunderpot territorial domain. This territorial domain is extremely suitable for lightning element martial warriors to cultivate, which gave birth to many lightning element martial warriors. Overall, they are very powerful. Reynolds is the number one of the League of Talents in Thunderpot territorial domain. You mustn't underestimate his ability. Yeah, it seems like neither of these two is ordinary. I still can't believe that Zhu Longshan and Wang Teng got pushed down. It's quite incredible. Within a few sentences, the backgrounds of Feng Mo and Reynolds were revealed. In fact, the identities of the academy students could be found easily with a bit of effort. In mid-air, Feng Mo stepped out of the freshman leaderboard stone plate and glanced at the ranking. His eyes shimmered slightly. No one noticed that his gaze swept over Wang Teng's name, pausing for a moment. Reynolds wore an unpleasant expression. He stared angrily at Feng Mo's back and asked, "I didn't expect to find someone like you among the new students. Who are you?" "You don't need to know who I am. If I see you making things difficult for my friend in the future, I will come and look for you again." Feng Mo turned and glanced at him, speaking calmly. "You." Reynolds seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, and his expression darkened. "Don't get too complacent. You only won once. I'll win back next time." Feng Mo glanced at him and snorted. Reynolds' face turned even darker. Feng Mo turned to look at the stone tablet once more before turning to leave. Reynolds seemed to notice something and sneered, "You pushed Wang Teng down. He'll probably come looking for you." "Let him," Feng Mo replied calmly. "I'm not afraid of anyone. Temph has a talent on the star rankings. Even the talents from the solar dragon race aren't his match. Don't be arrogant. You might fail miserably," Reynolds said. "Not many people can defeat me." Feng Mo glanced at the stone plate again. "We can talk about it when his ranking returns to second place." Reynolds felt that this fellow was showing off and had a bit of an arrogant attitude. But he had to admit that the other party was powerful. Even he wasn't his match. He wondered if Wang Teng could defeat this person. The way he completely disregarded him made Reynolds so frustrated that he felt like he was about to spit blood. He wished that someone would come forward to suppress this guy's confidence. Chapter 1844 Three-Element Martial Warriors, Feng Mo. Yu Chiqiao is injured. 3. Feng Mo ignored Reynolds and turned to leave. Reynolds didn't linger any longer either. He was unwilling to accept his defeat, so he was determined to go back and train diligently. He would regain his reputation in the next encounter. At this moment, ring. A soft sound was heard from the stone plate behind them. Feng Mo and Reynolds were surprised. They turned their heads instantly. Two people walked out of the stone plate of the freshman leaderboard, one after another. Wang Ting. Both Feng Mo and Reynolds were stunned. Among the two people who had just walked out of the stone tablet, one of them was none other than Wang Teng, whom they had discussed earlier. "Why is it him?" Feng Mo was speechless. Reynolds had a strange expression too. They didn't find it strange for people to come out of the stone tablet. Many battle spaces could be generated simultaneously in the freshman leaderboard. It could accommodate numerous individuals and duels. They were just surprised at the coincidence. Lu Tian. Suddenly, Reynolds saw the other figure who walked out of the stone plate. His expression changed slightly. He knew Lu Tian. Wang Teng and Lu Tian walked out of the stone tablet simultaneously. It was evident that they had a duel. Reynolds noticed Lu Tian's expression. He didn't look good. If he won, he wouldn't have such a look on his face. Almost at the same time, Feng Mo and Reynolds looked at the freshman leaderboard stone plate. Ring. A golden light shone on the stone plate. Two names suddenly shot up, taking over the first and second places. It was Wang Ting and Lu Tian. Number 1, Wang Ting. Number 2, Lu Tian. Number 3, Feng Mo. Feng Mo, who had just climbed to the first place, dropped to the third place instantly. He couldn't even keep his second place. Feng Mo's expression changed. He was shocked and furious. How did this happen? He hadn't even sat on the throne for long and someone had already kicked him out. Furthermore, he had just confidently spoken those words, and now reality had instantly turned the tables on him. Wang Ting had reclaimed the first place, and he couldn't even hold on to the second place. This change came too quickly. He was completely caught off guard. What? The people around them regained their senses too. They were astounded when they saw the change in the ranking. Wang Ting is back in first place. I thought Wang Ting was about to be embarrassed, but I didn't expect him to come back again. This guy must have planned it. Oh my, Feng Mo got pushed down a few seconds after he climbed up. Poor thing. He must be devastated. Haha, he probably wants to hit someone now. Look, what a coincidence. The crowd couldn't help but feel sorry for Feng Mo. This guy had it tough. Reynolds was flabbergasted. Wang Ting's ranking being higher than Feng Mo's was one thing, but the fact that even Lu Tian's ranking was higher than his was somewhat unbelievable. However, he immediately remembered what Feng Mo said just now and looked at him mockingly. Feng Mo, what do you think of this ranking? Feng Mo remained expressionless, but his heart was anything but calm. Wang Ting, you got pushed down just now. Someone said that you can challenge him after you return to second place. Reynolds didn't plan to let Feng Mo go so easily. He looked at Wang Ting and spoke to him in a meaningful tone. Feng Mo looked at Reynolds with a cold gaze. It looked like the lesson just now wasn't enough. Wang Ting was about to exchange a few words with Lu Tian to mend their relationship and ease the tension. He felt a bit guilty for going too hard on Lu Tian. What if the other party had a psychological trauma and decided not to fight with him again? Who would he get his bloodlust attributes from? However, before he could speak, he heard someone addressing him. He looked somewhat surprised at a young man not far ahead. Who are you? Reynolds. Feng Mo took some satisfaction in seeing Reynolds' discomfort. He deserved it. Hehe, nice to meet you. I'm Reynolds from the Thunderpot territorial domain. The corners of Reynolds' lips twitched as he gave a forced smile. Oh. The Thunderpot territorial domain? The relevant information appeared in Wang Ting's mind. His eyes lit up. Is it the Thunderpot territorial domain that has many thunderstorm gathering areas? Reynolds felt that something was off about Wang Ting's expression, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. However, he decided not to dwell on it and nodded. Yes, that's our Thunderpot territorial domain. Does this mean that you're a lightning element martial warrior? Wang Ting asked again. Yes. Reynolds nodded. Oh my, it's Brother Ray. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier. Wang Ting suddenly became very enthusiastic and approached Reynolds. He patted the other party's shoulder and said, "Shall we have a duel when you're free?" Wang Ting's sudden enthusiasm left Reynolds feeling a bit bewildered. The strange feeling he had intensified. But, if it was just a duel, it shouldn't be a problem, right? However, considering that Wang Ting was stronger than Feng Mo, he doubted he would be a match for Wang Ting. Moreover, he hadn't come here to spar with Wang Ting. Reynolds blinked and said, "Brother Wang Ting, I'm not as strong as you. Let's have a duel after some time. However, this person is stronger than me. I lost to him just now." He looked at Feng Mo. Wang Ting followed his gaze and looked over. Chapter 1845 Three-Element Martial Warriors, Feng Mo. Yu Chichiao is injured. 4. He used his real eye to take a look just now. Reynolds wasn't just a lightning element martial warrior. He was also at the third level of the cosmos stage, on par with Lu Tian. Moreover, he possessed the constellation Wood Force, making him a double-element martial warrior. His Wood Force had also reached the third level of the cosmos stage. The 7th Stellar Academy was known for its multi-element force cultivation. Thus, many talented martial warriors who joined this academy had multi-element force talents. Reynolds was one of them. So, from Wang Teng's perspective, the guy seemed to have formidable strength, and he considered him a juicy target to harvest some attributes. However, the other party didn't agree to his duel request. Instead, he claimed that the person beside him was stronger. Wang Teng was puzzled. He activated his real eye again to peek into the other party's ability. When Wang Ting's gaze landed on Feng Mo, he was stunned. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he exclaimed silently. This person possessed 3 forces: water, ice, and poison. Wang Ting's interest in this person intensified. Being a 3-element martial warrior was impressive, but Wang Ting had seen many other 3-element martial warriors before. However, this young man was different. The constellation Ice Force was enough to surprise him. Yet, the other party also possessed the constellation Poison Force, 2 special force attributes. Each one was rarer than the other. Wang Ting was honestly taken aback. This indicated that this person possessed extraordinary innate talents. Wang Ting could see a lot of opportunities to benefit from this. His name is Feng Mo. He pushed brother Wang Ting down just now and claimed the first place. But now, you've regained it. Your strength truly amazes me. Reynolds chuckled. Wang Ting glanced at him suspiciously. This guy seemed to be persuading him to fight with Feng Mo. But, he didn't mind. His main goal was to get attribute bubbles. He had his eyes on this sheep. Feng Mo looked at Wang Ting expressionlessly. His gaze flickered slightly and his eyes were filled with the desire to fight. Just like what he said, he wasn't afraid of anyone. Wang Teng's strength impressed him and ignited his competitiveness. The fact that he knocked him off the first place showed something. However, when he fought with Reynolds, he didn't use his full strength. Hence, it was hard to tell who was stronger between him and Wang Teng. Wang Ting saw a burning desire in the other party's eyes and smiled. Just when he was about to issue a challenge, Round Ball's voice appeared in his mind. Wang Ting, something happened to Yu Chiqiao. What happened? Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. He kept his smile and asked immediately. I think she fought with someone and got injured. A faction attacked the Constellation Society, Round Ball explained briefly. Wang Ting's expression turned cold. He ignored Feng Mo and the others and took out his spacecraft. Then, he swiftly headed towards the Cosmos Zone residential area. Feng Mo and the others were confused. The onlookers around were also left bewildered and disappointed. What happened? Why did Wang Ting leave suddenly? F***K, I thought they were going to start fighting. Why did he leave so abruptly? Come back and finish the duel. I think something happened. Didn't you see the change in his expression? It looks like someone offended him. Feng Mo's gaze flickered but he didn't say anything. He glanced at Reynolds and turned to leave. Reynolds' expression froze. He was extremely disappointed. What the heck? He almost succeeded in making them fight, but the main character suddenly left without a word. He left. He left just like that. Reynolds was exasperated. He felt like he had just made a complete fool of himself with his expression moments ago. He shot a glare at Feng Mo as he walked away and left in anger. Lu Tian was puzzled. He didn't know what happened to Wang Teng, but he didn't care. That jerk wasn't a good person, and he wouldn't mind if something happened to him. Wang Teng sat on his spacecraft and quickly returned to the Cosmos Zone residential area. He arrived outside Yu Qiao's manor. Wade was already waiting there. His face was badly bruised and swollen, and he looked miserable. You got beaten up too? Wang Teng's expression got colder when he saw Wade's condition. Boss, those guys went too far. You've got to help us out. Wade complained bitterly. His anger was evident. Wang Ting patted his shoulder and walked into the manor expressionlessly. The two of them entered the hall, and Wang Ting saw a group of the Constellation Society members. President! 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 Everyone shouted excitedly when they saw Wang Ting. Wang Ting scanned the crowd and realized that everyone was injured. There were clear signs of being beaten up, especially on their faces. It was evident that the other party had done this intentionally. They wanted this group of talents to bear the humiliation of having swollen and bruised faces. Wang Ting's anger surged even further. With a wave of his hand, small jade bottles appeared in mid-air. These are healing pills made by me. Take them and your injuries will recover quickly. Everyone received a pill. When they opened the jade bottle, they were astonished to find that every bottle contained master-level healing pills. All of them were of exceptional quality. President, this is too precious. Don't worry. I may not have much else, but I have plenty of pills, Wang Ting said casually. President. Everyone was shocked and touched. Take good care of your injuries. I'm going to see you, Chichiao. Wang Ting signaled for Wang Teng to lead the way. Wade brought him to the cultivation room. Wang Ting finally saw Yu Qiqiao's current condition. She was sitting cross-legged on the floor, her eyes tightly closed, and her pretty face extremely pale. Chapter 1846 Feng Yun Alliance. Unwelcomed Guest. 1. Wang Teng frowned when he saw Yu Qiqiao's condition. He activated Real Eye and checked her physical condition carefully. He discovered that she had multiple injuries throughout her body, even affecting her internal organs. No wonder she looked so weak. Yu Qiqiao seemed to have sensed Wang Teng's arrival. She opened her eyes slowly as the corners of her lips moved slightly, attempting to form a smile. But the injuries in her body were so severe and caused her to wince in pain. She frowned tightly. Stop smiling. You look so fragile. Wang Teng asked. Yu Qiqiao looked at him with resentment. Did this guy have any conscience? She had been seriously injured, and he was still making remarks like that. Take this first. A jade bottle appeared in Wang Teng's hand. He flicked his finger and it landed in Yu Qiqiao's hand. This is the 1000 grass elixir, a Grandmaster level pill. Yu Qiqiao was slightly shocked and said in a weak voice. The 1000 grass elixir was originally meant to remove hidden injuries, but it also has remarkable healing properties. I don't have any other Grandmaster level healing pills for the time being. Make do with it and take this first, Wang Ting said. Make do? Yu Qiqiao did not know what to say. This was a Grandmaster 7th level pill. Even she couldn't afford it. However, Wang Ting told her to make do with it. This was really gracious of him. It's too precious. Yu Qiqiao took a deep breath and said. It's up to me to decide whether it's precious or not. I can refine more than 10 pills at once. What's so precious about it? Wang Ting said calmly. Yu Qiqiao was speechless. When it comes to showing off, she has to hand it to Wang Teng. She was not a pretentious person, so she promptly tossed the 1000 grass elixir into her mouth. Then, she closed her eyes to adjust her breathing. Wang Teng walked out of the cultivation room and handed Wade a pill. You should also recover from your injuries. If there's anything, we'll discuss it once you've both healed. All right. Wade felt reassured in the presence of Wang Teng. Without wasting any words, he took the pill and went to heal his injuries. No one felt good with a swollen face. Although Wade usually appeared indifferent and as if he had grown accustomed to being bullied, deep down, he didn't like this feeling. Wang Teng arrived at the main hall of the manor. President. The members of the Constellation Society were sitting cross-legged on the floor to recover from their injuries. They wanted to get up when they saw Wang Teng. We're all on the same side, so there's no need to be polite. Focus on recovering quickly. Wang Teng waved his hand and said. Everyone hesitated for a moment and nodded. They did not say anything else. Wang Teng then sat down on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. He was waiting for Yu Qiqiao and the others to recover. Underneath his calm face, a monstrous rage was brewing. He did not expect someone to use such a despicable method. They didn't attack them directly and chose to sneak an attack instead. And they were seniors as well. Not long after, Borit and Yu Yunxian appeared one after another. They had arrived at the manor. Wang Ting, I heard that something happened to the Constellation Society. Borit asked solemnly. That's right. Wang Ting nodded. At that time, both Borit and Yu Yunxian weren't present. Otherwise, Yu Qiqiao would not have been beaten up so badly. However, they immediately rushed back when they heard something had happened. Do you need us to do anything? Yu Yunxian said bluntly. There's no hurry. Let's wait for them to come out, Wang Ting said. He gestured for them to sit down and wait for a while. Time passed. Half a day later, most of the surrounding martial artists had recovered. The injuries on their faces had already disappeared, and there were no traces of them left. The effects of Wang Ting's pills weren't something ordinary pills could compare to. Boss. Wade returned to his original appearance and walked over from afar. Tell me, what happened? Wang Ting asked. Did the Feiyun Alliance do it? It's not the Feiyun Alliance. It's a faction called the Feiyun Alliance. They are also made up of new students, Wade said. Feiyun Alliance. Wang Ting frowned. A faction by new students. Yes, they're all new students and many of them aren't weak. There are two leaders. One is called Shen Yangfeng, and the other is called Shi Tianyun. Sister Yu was defeated by that Shen Yangfeng. That guy wanted to rope Sister Yu in, but Sister Yu refused. He deliberately didn't go to the freshman leaderboard and challenged her on the arena platform. He inflicted serious injuries on her. Wade was furious as he said this. Clearly, the situation at that time was extremely tragic. It was not as simple as it sounded. Are they that strong? Are you all not their match? Wang Ting scanned the crowd and asked. They had more people, and they resorted to dirty tactics. Our people didn't lose in one-on-one arena battles. Instead, they were targeted by underhanded means. Whenever someone was isolated, they seized the opportunity to sabotage us. That is why we ended up in this state, Wade said angrily. How lawless? Wang Ting said with a cold glint in his eyes. How strong are Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun? Wang Ting asked. I can't tell, but when Shen Yangfeng fought Sister Yu, he didn't have to use his full strength, Wade said. It seems like there are many hidden talents in the stellar academies. None of them are willing to be inferior to others, Wang Ting remarked. They must have seen that we were selling pills and making a lot of profits. That's why they attacked us, Wade said. Chapter 1847 Feiyun Alliance. Unwelcome guest. 2. That's even more puzzling. Since they know that we're selling pills, they should know that I'm a peak Grandmaster Alchemist. Even ordinary Grandmaster Alchemists have to give me face. In this situation, for them to dare to offend me, they either lack brains or have an undue sense of confidence. Wang Ting leaned back in his chair and said calmly. You're right. Before Wade could speak, another voice came from the side of the hall. Yu Qiqiao was walking over from the other side of the door. Color had returned to her pretty face and she was no longer pale. The feeling of weakness had also disappeared. The effect of the 1,000 grass elixir was unbelievable. Sister Yu, you've recovered, Wade said in surprise. Vice President, the others called out. Yu Qiqiao had fought with the president of the Feiyun Alliance to protect them and ended up severely injured. Naturally, they were deeply touched. Box novel. Now, Yu Qiqiao's status in the Constellation Society had improved a lot, and her position as the vice president was publicly acknowledged. No one would doubt her in the future. It's all thanks to our president's pills that I've recovered, Yu Qiqiao looked at Wang Ting and said. What kind of pill can allow the vice president to recover from his injuries in half a day? Everyone was surprised. However, they didn't inquire further. They just found it incredible. At the same time, they felt that they had strong support. Someone recovered from that kind of injury in less than a day. Would any other faction be able to do this? Suddenly, they weren't afraid of getting injured anymore. That was how impressive it was to have strong support. Sit down and talk, Wang Ting said. Yu Qiqiao nodded and walked over to sit on the sofa. The Feiyun Alliance gives me the feeling that they are fearless. Although Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun are arrogant, they don't seem like brainless people. It seems like they have someone backing them up, or Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun have some trump card. They think that they can fight against us. Wang Ting nodded. What do you think we should do now? Yu Qiqiao frowned and asked. She felt that the situation was somewhat tricky. Since they can play dirty, why can't we? Wang Ting smiled and said calmly. Oh, are you going to strike them down? Yu Qiqiao's eyes lit up. Yes, we'll do it tonight. Wang Ting nodded. All right, I'll get someone to investigate their activities, Yu Qiqiao said excitedly. However, just as she was about to get up, she suddenly frowned. What's the matter? Wang Ting asked. These people are impatient. They are here again. Yu Qiqiao sneered. Because Wang Ting was here, she wasn't afraid of the other party. Let's go and take a look. Wang Ting stood up and led the way out of the manor. At the entrance of the manor, a group of people gathered, chatting and laughing without a care in the world. They didn't treat this place as the entrance of someone else's manor at all. Two youths led this group. One of them was tall and muscular and had an arrogant smile on his face. He was Shen Yangfeng. The other person was Shi Tianyun. He had a tall and handsome stature, dressed in a light blue warrior's robe. His facial expression appeared very warm and friendly, not at all like someone who would engage in bullying or domination. However, since he allowed Shen Yangfeng to attack Yu Qiqiao, it seemed that things weren't as straightforward as they appeared on the surface. The two of them stood in front of the crowd and looked at the gate of the manor calmly. Many people noticed the commotion here and watched from afar. Some people posted this matter on the internet web for more people to see. Now, anything related to the Constellation Society would attract a lot of attention. Therefore, many people would take the initiative to post it on the intranet once they saw it. After all, something like this could earn points if others clicked on it. Of course, one had to post it immediately. If the person were a step late, the points would be gone. They are from the Feng Yun Alliance. I think so. I heard that the Feng Yun Alliance and the Constellation Society had a conflict. There will be a conflict. Both of them are new student factions. Neither of them will submit to the other. But isn't the Feng Yun Alliance courting death by provoking Wang Ting? Wang Ting even defeated Lu Tian just now. He's too powerful. Hehe, there are always people who are unconvinced. There's always someone so stubborn. I want to see the members of the Feng Yun Alliance getting thrashed by Wang Ting. What the hell are you talking about? On the intranet, a group of people discussed fervently, creating quite a buzz. The people from the Feng Yun Alliance naturally saw these discussions. Someone walked to Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun's side and whispered a few words. Their faces instantly darkened. This Wang Ting defeated Lu Tian? Shi Tianyun sent a voice transmission to Shen Yangfeng with a solemn expression. So be it. What are we afraid of? Shen Yangfeng snorted and said. We have to be careful. Wang Ting is too strong. Shi Tianyun shook his head. What's there to be afraid of when the two of us attack at the same time? Shen Yangfeng said. He might not agree, Shi Tianyun said. It's his problem if he doesn't agree. Shen Yangfeng sneered. If he wants to protect the Constellation Society, he has no choice but to agree. While the two of them were talking, the door of the manor suddenly opened and a group of people walked out. They were led by Wang Ting, Yu Yunxian, Yu Qiqiao, and the others. Chapter 1848 Feng Yun Alliance. Unwelcome Guest. 3. Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun scanned the crowd. They were shocked when they saw Yu Qiqiao's current condition. They also noticed the people behind Wang Ting, who had previously been visibly battered, had miraculously recovered. They exchanged a glance, their expressions turning ugly. Who dares to bark at the entrance of my Constellation Society? Wang Ting surveyed the people across from him and calmly asked. The faces of the members of the Feng Yun Alliance turned black. He was calling them dogs. You're Wang Ting. Shen Yangfeng raised his hand and stopped the people who wanted to rush over. He sized up Wang Ting. Box novel. You should know the answer. Since you came, how can you not know who I am? Wang Ting mocked as he looked at them. Shen Yanfeng's expression stiffened slightly. Damn, Wang Ting was not playing by the rules. He didn't know how to respond. Wang Teng, the president of the Constellation Society. I've heard of you before, Shi Tianyun smiled and said. You sure know how to talk. You're quite good at flattery. Wang Teng glanced at him. The smile on Shi Tianyun's face froze too. Yu Chiqiao and the others burst out laughing when they saw their frustrated expressions. They felt strangely satisfied. Cut the nonsense, Shen Yangfeng glared at Wang Teng. Wang Ting, you should know why we're here. There can only be one organization left between your Constellation Society and our Feng Yun Alliance. You're not our match. We're not a match for you. Wang Ting couldn't help but laugh. Anyone can talk big. Where did you get your confidence from? Feng Yun Alliance. What is it? I've never heard of it. Wang Ting, how dare you look down on my Feng Yun Alliance? Shen Yanfeng's expression turned grim when he saw Wang Ting's mocking smile. My apologies, it's not that I look down on your Feng Yun Alliance, but you simply haven't done anything to earn my respect. Wang Ting glanced at the people behind Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun. He scorned, do you think you can form a faction just by gathering a bunch of people? Let me guess, you probably can't even afford to give them any points, right? You're starving them. Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun's expressions changed slightly as they were hit in their weak spots. Their gazes flickered and they felt guilty. The group behind them also started to stir. Wang Ting hit the nail on the head. They joined the Feng Yun Alliance for personal gains. They hoped that they could earn points like the Constellation Society. Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun had indeed painted a rosy picture for them, but so far, they hadn't seen any points coming their way. They were working hard for them for nothing. Nonsense. Shen Yangfeng was starting to get angry. President Wang Ting, you're mistaken. Strength is the most important thing in the academy. We founded the Feng Yun Alliance because we have enough strength, and in the future, there will naturally be a significant source of points. Unlike your Constellation Society, you are too weak to even defend yourselves. I heard you were attacked these past few days and every member of yours is bruised and battered. They looked quite miserable, Shi Tianyun said with a faint smile. That's right. I think your Constellation Society is nothing but a bunch of weaklings, Shen Yangfeng sneered. Who are you calling weaklings? This is too much. You used dirty tactics yet don't dare to admit it. What kind of strength is that? The members of the Constellation Society were infuriated. They felt insulted, especially because the Feng Yun Alliance didn't defeat them in a fair fight but resorted to underhanded tactics. This made them even more frustrated. Wang Ting calmed down his members and looked at Shen Yangfeng and the others. Bruised and battered? Do they look bruised and battered to you? The members of the Constellation Society regained their senses. It was right. They had recovered from their injuries. No one could tell that they were badly bruised. As long as they didn't admit it themselves, there was no evidence. The members of the Constellation Society regained their confidence when they thought about this. They weren't angry anymore and looked at Shen Yangfeng and the others with a sense of triumph. Shen Yangfeng didn't know what to say. This bastard was being shameless. However, when he looked at the members of the Constellation Society, they honestly didn't look injured. He couldn't stimulate them using this topic anymore. President Wang Teng, you must have spent a lot on pills. Shi Tianyun didn't get annoyed. He continued smiling. It's nothing. I have nothing but pills. Everyone who joins the Constellation Society is my brothers and sisters, my people. I, Wang Teng, never mistreat my people. What's a few pills in comparison? I can easily produce them in a day, Wang Teng said calmly, exuding a sense of arrogance. Shi Tianyun found it hard to keep smiling and felt disgusted. F***K. As he looked at Wang Teng's face, even Shen Yangfeng couldn't help but mutter a curse in his heart. So what if you can make pills? So what if you have money? This damn rich guy. He couldn't understand why such an oddity existed among the new students. He didn't know how to deal with him. The members of the Constellation Society were touched when they heard Wang Ting's words. Their boss was truly remarkable. How domineering and generous. Joining the Constellation Society was the right choice. Wang Ting, You can use pills to treat them once, but can you do it 10 or 20 times? Without strength, you can't protect them. Shen Yangfeng said coldly, looking at Wang Teng. Shen Yangfeng spoke coldly as he looked at Wang Teng. Your Constellation Society can't even resist the Feng Yun Alliance, let alone the factions formed by those senior students. The Constellation Society will never be able to survive. Who says that the Constellation Society can't stop you? Who gave you the confidence to say that? Is it the person behind the scene? Wang Teng said in a meaningful tone. Shen Yanfeng's expression changed slightly. He snorted and said, "Cut the crap. Since you're so confident, let's fight. If we win, you must disband the Constellation Society and join the Feng Yun Alliance." Chapter 1849. Since we're fighting, I will fight all of you. 1. Disband the Constellation Society. The expressions of the members of the Constellation Society changed when they heard Shen Yanfeng's words. They had already developed a sense of belonging to the Constellation Society and had also tasted the benefits. There was no way they would agree to disband the Constellation Society now. Yu Chiqiao, Wade, and the others stared at Shen Yangfeng and the others coldly. This was their plan. What a good plan. Shen Yangfeng smirked as he looked at their angry faces. He ignored their furious glares completely. The angrier they were, the more satisfied he felt. The Constellation Society had gained too much prominence recently, and the Feng Yun Alliance they formed seemed insignificant in comparison. Hardly anyone paid attention to them. Box novel. Both were newly formed student factions, but the gap was immense. He didn't feel good. This was why they targeted the Constellation Society using dirty tactics. Only by suppressing the Constellation Society to the point where they couldn't lift their heads would the Feng Yun Alliance have a chance to thrive. Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun were both ambitious individuals. Although they had indeed borrowed the power of certain forces this time, their ultimate goal was to create their faction. Ultimately, they aimed to make the Feng Yun Alliance an unshakable force, just like the established factions. Thus, Shen Yangfeng felt a great sense of satisfaction when he saw the Constellation Society getting forced into a tight corner. A hint of triumph flashed past his eyes. However, at this moment, a soft laughter was heard. "Why are you laughing?" Shen Yangfeng stared at Wang Ting with a frown. Wang Ting was the biggest variable and also the greatest reliance of the Constellation Society. They would only be able to disband the Constellation Society if they dealt with him. However, Wang Ting often proved to be unpredictable, making it difficult for people to figure him out. Thus, when he saw Wang Ting laughing, he felt anxious for some reason. He had a bad feeling. Shi Tianyun felt the same way. He didn't dare to underestimate Wang Ting either. He felt a sense of tension when he saw Wang Ting's expression. Yu Chiqiao and the others looked at Wang Ting in anticipation. How would Wang Ting respond to this difficult situation? "I'm laughing at you for overestimating yourselves." Wang Ting looked at Shen Yangfeng and smiled. Suddenly, his expression turned cold and he said, "You want me to disband the Constellation Society? Is that your true intention? Tell me, who sent you here? What are you saying? I don't understand." The Constellation Society and our Feng Yun Alliance are both freshman factions. There will be a battle sooner or later. It has nothing to do with anything else. Shen Yangfeng squinted and forced himself to remain calm. The Feng Yun Alliance. I'm not looking down on you, but it's impossible for you, a mere Feng Yun Alliance, to fight with the Constellation Society, Wang Teng said disdainfully. You. Shen Yangfeng was infuriated. He glared at Wang Ting with bloodshot eyes. "Wang Teng, as the president, aren't you a bit too arrogant? You seem to look down on the Feng Yun Alliance." Shi Tianyun's expression turned cold. Anger burned in his heart. Wang Teng's expression made it clear that he looked down on the Feng Yun Alliance. It was infuriating. He had high hopes for the Feng Yun Alliance and hoped to use it to fulfill his ambitions. Thus, Wang Ting's disdain for the Feng Yun Alliance felt like a direct insult to him. "It looks like you're not stupid." "That's right, I'm looking down on you." Wang Ting nodded. Shi Tianyun. Wang Ting. Shen Yangfeng gritted his teeth. Even with Shi Qianyun's temperament, he couldn't help but feel his anger boiling inside. However, he managed to suppress his fury and stopped Shen Yangfeng. He addressed Wang Teng. The freshman had formed many new factions. It's okay if you look down on my Feng-Yun alliance, but do you also look down on other factions? His words made quite a few people around them uneasy. Just like Shi Tianyun said, many new factions formed by the new students had emerged. After all, many freshmen didn't want to be left behind and saw forming their factions as the best option. However, based on past precedents, most freshman factions would likely end up being absorbed by others. Occasionally, a black horse would appear in one or two cohorts, successfully enduring the challenges and assimilation attempts from the older factions to survive. However, that was a story for another time. Shi Qianyun's words had essentially placed Wang Ting on the opposite side of all the factions. It was a cunning and evil move. He wanted to use other new student factions to pressure Wang Teng. This was the big move. No matter how formidable Wang Teng was, could he really stand against the majority of the freshmen? Yu Qiqiao and the others were shocked too. They hadn't expected Shi Tianyun to go to such lengths. It was utterly shameless. From the start, Yu Qiqiao felt that Shi Tianyun was harder to deal with than Shen Yangfeng. It looked like she was right. This person was definitely not simple. Wang Ting. She looked at Wang Teng worriedly. However, Wang Teng acted as if nothing had happened. He didn't take Shi Tianyun's words to heart and looked at him calmly. Then, he glanced around him and said calmly, "I'm not looking down on anyone. If you have the confidence, then come and defeat my Constellation Society head-on. I'll take you all on. If you can only resort to underhanded tactics, that's just despicable." Wang Teng gave the other party a meaningful look. A faint smirk played on his lips. Everyone was flabbergasted when they heard Wang Teng's words. Wang Teng was incredibly confident. Chapter 1850. Since we're fighting, I will fight all of you. 2. Was he prepared to face the attacks from all the other factions? Wasn't he afraid of being overwhelmed by a collective assault? The members of the Constellation Society were alarmed and excited. They were alarmed because they worried that the Constellation Society might be attacked collectively and pushed into a dire situation. They were excited because of Wang Teng's overwhelming confidence. It ignited a sense of pride within them. Their Constellation Society wasn't afraid of anyone or any challenges. This kind of mentality was the true foundation for a faction to thrive. Yu Qiqiao's beautiful eyes shimmered as she looked at Wang Teng's back view. She had never felt so much admiration and respect for Wang Teng. Box novel. Shi Tianyun's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect Wang Teng to dare to confront all the factions. This was beyond his expectations. Wang Teng's confident stance destroyed his plan. Even if Wang Teng said such things, there were likely very few people who would dare to openly oppose the Constellation Society. He wouldn't be able to incite these factions to deal with the Constellation Society with a few words. However, it wasn't entirely ineffective. Wang Teng's high-profile and dominant attitude would undoubtedly make some people uncomfortable. Even if they didn't openly challenge the Constellation Society, there would likely be hidden resentment. This resentment could create obstacles for the society. But was Wang Teng afraid? He wasn't. This matter might not affect him much. This fellow was too powerful. It was hard to shake his status. Even as Wang Teng's enemy, Shi Yuntian had to admit this. "Didn't you say that you want to challenge the Constellation Society? I can agree to it, but the conditions will have to change," Wang Teng said calmly as he looked at Shi Tianyun. He had seized the initiative. "What conditions?" Shi Tianyun took a deep breath and asked with a black face. He knew that Wang Teng had ulterior motives, but at this point, they had no choice but to go along with Wang Teng's prepared plan. "First, if you lose, disband the Feng-Yun alliance," Wang Teng said slowly. Shi Tianyun and Shen Yanfeng's faces turned as black as ink. But they couldn't refute it. Wang Teng had used their condition against them. If they argued, it would be like slapping themselves in the face. "Okay. The two of them exchanged glances with each other. Shi Tianyun said in a low voice, "We can agree to this condition, but you must agree to ours too. Sorry, but right now, I'm the one negotiating conditions with you, not the other way around. We can continue to drag this out if you'd like," Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. Damn it. The two of them wanted to vomit blood. This guy was being unreasonable. The second condition is that the two of you must be my Constellation Society's lackeys for 10 years. Within these 10 years, if anything happens to society, you must assist the Constellation Society, Wang Teng continued, laying out his terms. 10 years. Lackeys. Shen Yangfeng was infuriated. In your dreams. I've said it before, whether you agree or not is up to you, Wang Teng replied. 10 years is impossible. 3 years at most. Shi Tianyun spoke up. Weren't you very confident? Why are you afraid now? Do you believe you'll lose? Wang Teng taunted, looking at them mockingly. Shi Tianyun didn't know what to say. Was this a matter of confidence? If he lost, it was equivalent to signing a 10-year indenture contract. No one was willing to take this risk. Wang Teng was asking for too much. He wanted to force them into a corner. As for the third condition, Wang Teng continued. Another condition? Why don't you just go die? Shen Yangfeng was on the brink of exploding in anger. They had only proposed 2 conditions, and now Wang Teng was introducing a third one. Could there be anyone more shameless? Yu Chichiao and the others couldn't help but smile. These people had come in such an imposing manner, but they couldn't do anything to Wang Teng. Seeing this scene, the members of the Constellation Society burst into laughter. Don't worry. The third condition is very simple. Wang Teng chuckled. Go ahead, Shi Tianyun took a deep breath and said. Wang Teng's lips moved slightly, but he didn't speak aloud. Instead, he used voice transmission to transmit his cold voice into their ears. The third condition is to reveal the person behind you. What person? We've already said that there's no one commanding us, Shi Tianyun replied with a stiff expression. Is that so? Wang Teng looked at them with a meaningful gaze. I've given you the conditions. Whether you agree or not is up to you. Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun felt exasperated. They kept quiet for some time and conversed secretly. Finally, Shi Tianyun opened his mouth. Wang Teng, besides the third condition, we can agree to the first 2 conditions. If you find them insufficient, then it's regrettable. We can only continue this standoff, and we'll see who holds out the longest, Shi Tianyun said, pausing for a moment. But one thing I can assure you is that even if we can't hold out in the end, your Constellation Society won't benefit from it. We'll both suffer losses. Wang Teng frowned. He had to admit that the other party was right. Both parties would have to fight to decide the winner. From the looks of it, they were not going to reveal the identity of the person behind them. They might be afraid of something, so they didn't dare to reveal it. This made him certain that there were other individuals manipulating things from behind the scenes. Chapter 1851. Since we're fighting, I will fight all of you. 3. Alright, 2 conditions it is. Wang Teng blinked and nodded in the end. He wore an expression that made it seem like he was doing them a favor. To be honest, if it weren't for your pitiable situation, I wouldn't have agreed to this. Shi Yuntian and Shen Yanfen. What do you mean by pitiful? How are we pitiful? He made them look like beggars. This bastard was too evil. He was defiling them for no reason. Yu Chichiao and the others looked at the two of them with sympathy. Box novel. Of all the people, he had to provoke them. Now they know the consequences. Of course, they were gloating and not really sympathizing with them. Deep down, they were overjoyed. Since you've agreed, let's not waste any time and make our moves now, Wang Teng said. Okay. Shi Yuntian and Shen Yangfeng exchanged glances and a hint of joy flashed across their eyes. They nodded without any hesitation. Both parties then boarded their spacecraft and flew towards the Academy's arena. In the Academy, there were places for students to spar and fight. As long as they fought in the arenas, it was within the Academy's rules. In more serious cases, they were even responsible for their own lives and deaths. It was much more brutal than other forms of combat. When Wang Teng and the others arrived at the arena, the news had already spread like wildfire. Have you heard? The Constellation Society and the Fengyun Alliance are fighting. Huh? They are fighting? Why are they fighting? It's inevitable. The Constellation Society is in the limelight. Many people are eyeing them. Speaking of which, can anyone tell me what the Fengyun Alliance is? I've never heard of it. Oh right, what is the Fengyun Alliance? It's a new student faction. It's normal for people to have not heard of it. It's not as famous as the Constellation Society. This batch of freshmen knows how to cause trouble. Well, they haven't been beaten up by reality. I dare say that both the thriving Constellation Society and the Fengyun Alliance will not be able to last long. The crowd was abuzz with lively discussions. Many senior students sneered. They felt that this batch of new students was causing so much trouble. It hadn't been long since they had entered the academy, and not only did they form factions, they had even started fighting. Is there anyone more adept at causing trouble than this? Many people even asserted that the Constellation Society and the Fengyun Alliance would not exist for long and would eventually disband. This place was like a desolate plain. Huge arenas were erected on the plains. Some of the arenas were empty while figures were moving rapidly on the others. Clashes between martial warriors produced intense origin power fluctuations, but they were all contained within the arena's protective barrier and couldn't be felt. Wang Teng and the others flew out of the spacecraft and landed in an empty arena. Wang Ting, will you be all right? I feel that there's something wrong with them agreeing so quickly, Yu Chiqiao asked via voice transmission. It's fine, Wang Teng replied calmly and looked to the other side. Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun's spacecraft was a little slower. They had just arrived. They then flew out of the spacecraft and landed. Behind them was the group of people from Fengyun Alliance. There were at least dozens of them. Unknowingly, a crowd had already formed in the surroundings, and they were all prepared to watch the battle between the two new student factions. There were also some people sitting on spacecraft, hovering in mid-air and looking down from the sky. Among them were people from the Fengyun Alliance. The Heaven Stage martial warrior Xia Xin, who previously tried to rope in the Constellation Society, was in a spacecraft as well. Leader, those are the people from the Witch Tower Alliance. The panoramic simulation on the spacecraft was activated. Xia Xin's gaze landed on a spacecraft in the distance and was surprised. I didn't expect the Witch Tower Alliance to be here as well. The leader of the Fengyun Alliance, Ji Feiyun, raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Are they trying to rope Wang Ting in too?" Xia Xin asked. Almost everyone from the Witch Tower Alliance came from the Witch Tower territorial domain. There are very few people from other territorial domains. However, Wang Ting is very special. I wonder if they will be tempted. Ji Feiyun shook his head. Xia Xin didn't ask further. At this moment, Ji Feiyun's expression changed. He looked to the other side and saw a huge spacecraft approaching. It slowly stopped above the arena where Wang Teng and the others were about to fight. Qingyang Society. Qingyang Society, it's them. Xia Xin's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed. Hehe, this is getting more and more interesting. Ji Feiyun smiled faintly. President, there's a call from the Qingyang Society. Do you want to connect? Xia Xin suddenly asked. Connect? Ji Feiyun's eyes flickered as he nodded. Xia Xin picked up the call immediately and a projection appeared. Within the projection was a young man with long, blue hair, appearing quite youthful. Even if he stood alongside Wang Ting and the others, he would seem like someone of the same age. However, those who knew him knew that this young man was not an ordinary person. Like Ji Feiyun, he was a peak universe stage martial warrior. This person was the president of the Qingyang Society. Ji Feiyun, I knew you would come, the young man with long green hair said. Feng Qingyang. Ji Feiyun muttered in his heart. His gaze had long regained its calmness. He smiled and said, if you can come here, I can come too. Come as you please. It doesn't matter. I'm here to tell you that Wang Teng will be Qingyang Society's. You should give up as soon as possible, Feng Qingyang declared. Nothing is certain until the end. Ji Feiyun frowned. Chapter 1852. Since we're fighting, I will fight all of you. 4. I just came to inform you. Feng Qingyang hung up after he finished speaking. Ji Feiyun stared at the space where the communication screen vanished. His face turned green in anger. President, isn't the Qingyang Society a little too arrogant? Xia Xin asked. That's right. Feng Qingyang is too arrogant. Who does he think he is? If he wants to rope Wang Ting in, he has to rely on his abilities. Does he really think that he will win? He's too arrogant. He doesn't even consider our Feiyun alliance a threat. Box novel. The Feiyun alliance members were furious. A few of the universe stage martial warriors also spoke up. Enough. Ji Feiyun said coldly. Everyone turned silent. No need for further words. We just have to snatch Wang Ting over, Ji Feiyun said. The president is right. Yes, yes. Let's see if Feng Qingyang will still be so arrogant when we snatch him over. Everyone from the Feiyun alliance immediately agreed. The arrival of the Witch Tower Alliance and the Qingyang Society caused a significant commotion. Many people found it unbelievable that the clash between two new student factions could attract the attention of so many senior student factions. However, any smart individual could see that these factions all came for Wang Teng. If it wasn't for Wang Teng, the clash wouldn't be enough to mobilize so many powerful senior student factions at the same time. After the spacecraft of the Witch Tower Alliance and the Qingyang Society arrived, other senior student factions arrived as well. Wang Ting raised his head and a strange glint flashed across his eyes. Haha, looks like our Constellation Society's reputation will be much greater after this incident, Yu Chiqiao sneered. Do you think that the mastermind behind the Feiyun alliance is among these factions? Wang Teng asked with interest. It's very likely. Yu Chiqiao nodded and asked, if it's them, what do you plan to do? Reach out as many claws as they want, and I'll chop off as many as they extend, Wang Teng said with a cheerful smile. His face was full of smiles, but his words made people shudder. Wade couldn't help but shiver. He was well aware of Wang Teng's capabilities. Many people had been tortured by his boss during the League of Talents. The Parker's family suffered the most and became the biggest loser in the League of Talents. Although these senior students were powerful, he believed that Wang Teng could deliver his words. He wasn't exaggerating. The other members of the Constellation Society didn't have any doubts either. These people came from the Great Qian Empire's League of Talents. They knew Wang Teng's way of doing things very well. To put it bluntly, Wang Teng was a person who would seek vengeance for the smallest grievance. Moreover, he didn't stick to conventional ways. If those organizations wanted to swallow a hedgehog like Wang Teng, they might find themselves with mouths full of blood from the quills on his body. While Wang Teng and the others were whispering, Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun had reached the arena. Wang Teng, what are you waiting for? Are you scared? Shen Yangfeng shouted. Wang Ting raised his head and looked at the arena. A playful expression appeared on his face. Two of you? That's right. The two of us are the presidents of the Feiyun Alliance, so we will fight at the same time. Since you're so confident, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Shen Yangfeng said. Shameless. Shameless. It's 2 against 1, and you still have the cheek to say it out loud. President, let's ignore them. They're a shameless bunch. That's right. We can refuse such unfair conditions. The members of the Constellation Society were infuriated and started cursing at them. Many senior students also felt that Shen Yangfeng and his companion were shameless for trying to team up against one person. Who gave them the audacity? Everyone, quiet. Wang Ting raised his hand and said calmly. The members of the Constellation Society quietened down and looked at Wang Ting. I won't agree to such a battle. It's too boring. Wang Ting nodded. Are you afraid? Shen Yangfeng mocked. The reason why they wanted to fight 2 against 1 was to pressure Wang Ting into compliance in front of a large audience, making it difficult for him to refuse. Wasn't he very strong? Wasn't he a prodigy on the star rankings? It was just the 2 of them. What was there to be afraid of? Shen Yangfeng could guarantee that if Wang Ting rejected him now, his reputation would plummet regardless of the outcome. Afraid? You've misunderstood. Wang Ting chuckled. I want to say that the two of you aren't enough. Since we are fighting, I will fight all of you. Yes, everyone from the Feng Yun Alliance. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed at the people from the Feng Yun Alliance. Everyone. Chapter 1853. You guys are really too weak. 1. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone thought that they had misheard when they heard Wang Ting's words. They were in disbelief. One person against everyone from the Feng Yun Alliance. Wang Ting must be crazy. That's right. Even if the members of the Feng Yun Alliance aren't top-notch prodigies, they are still talented martial warriors, and their strengths are not to be underestimated. He wants to take on a group by himself. That's a bit insane. Has probably forced into a corner. Box novel. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such crazy words. Hes too impulsive. It's very difficult for him to fight two people alone. He'll definitely lose if he fights the entire group. The onlookers in the surrounding area, upon hearing Wang Ting's words, couldn't help but exclaim and start discussing it among themselves. Not a single person had confidence in Wang Ting's odds. It was ridiculous for one person to fight against a group of people. If they were ordinary martial warriors, it might be different as they were able to manage two. However, these were all genius martial warriors with formidable strength, far from ordinary martial warriors. The expressions on Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun's faces froze too. They stared at Wang Ting in astonishment. At the same time, their faces turned red. They felt greatly insulted. Having two people fight him at the same time was the best method that they had decided on. Others could at most criticize them for being shameless. But when Wang Ting said he would take on their whole group alone, it was a blatant display of looking down on them. Human psychology was strange. Even though they were the ones who initially proposed a 2-on-1 challenge, now that Wang Ting wants them to take on him alone, they couldn't accept it. This is too much. Hes looking down on us by challenging all of us by himself. Hes too arrogant. Wang Ting is too arrogant. Does he think Hes so great just because Hes on the star rankings? The members of the Feng Yun Alliance were infuriated as they pointed at Wang Ting and shouted. They looked like they were itching to rush up and fight him one-on-one. Shen Yangfeng was furious. He wanted to say something, but Shi Tianyun stopped him. He stared at Wang Ting and said coldly, "Is that what you said? One against all of us?" "That's right. I'll fight all of you alone." Wang Ting nodded. His expression was calm and resolute in the eyes of Shen Yangfeng and the others. This was a sign of extreme disdain towards them. Good. 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 Shen Yangfeng was so angry that he laughed. He spat out the 3 words and said, "Since you want to lose even more miserably, well, fulfill your wish. Lose? You think too much. You guys can't defeat me." Wang Ting shook his head. "Cut the crap. Come up and let me see what gives you the confidence to say such things," Shen Yangfeng shouted coldly. "Shameless." The Feng Yun Alliance agreed. "If it were me, I'd have no face to agree. A group fighting against one, regardless of the outcome, is embarrassing." "That's right. This Feng Yun Alliance is shameless." The surrounding onlookers shook their heads and looked down on the Feng Yun Alliance's actions. "Wang Ting, don't act rashly." Yu Chichiao and the others were shocked too. They didn't expect Wang Ting to do this. This was too crazy. It was one person against the whole group. No matter how one looked at it, there was no chance of winning. They didn't understand why Wang Ting chose to do this. "Shall I go with you?" Yu Yunxian asked with a strange look in his eyes. "That's right. We're going with you. We're all members of the Constellation Society. There's no reason for us to stand by and do nothing," Borit said. "Don't worry. Don't you believe in my ability?" Wang Ting waved his hand and walked towards the arena. Yu Chichiao and the others looked at his back speechlessly. They knew that they couldn't change Wang Ting's decision. Wade and the other members of the Constellation Society were very worried. "Let it be. This guy isn't reckless. There's a reason behind his decision. Well, just watch and see. After all, we can't stop him, Yu Chiqiao said with a wry smile. But there are too many people, Wade said hesitantly. Have you forgotten the clone technique he used in the League of Talents? Yu Yangxian's gaze turned sharp. That's right. Wade, Yu Chiqiao, and the other's eyes lit up. Wang Ting's clone technique was very powerful. He had never been defeated, even when facing those exceptional martial warriors. Those who did not know would probably treat it as his main body. With this in mind, Wade, Yu Chiqiao, and the others weren't so worried anymore. They all looked toward the arena with a sense of anticipation. They wanted to see if Wang Ting could create another miracle. In their eyes, this act of taking on a group by himself was nothing short of a miracle. The clone technique shouldn't be that powerful, right? Borit couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw them like this. He wasn't a martial warrior from the Great Qian Empire and had never seen Wang Ting use his clone technique before. Naturally, he didn't know that there was a huge difference between Wang Ting's clone technique and ordinary clone techniques. You'll know once you see it. Yu Chiqiao smiled mysteriously. Borit was left hanging and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But, judging by the expressions of the others, he, too, began to feel a sense of anticipation. He had always wanted to fight with Wang Ting. The stronger Wang Ting was, the stronger his desire to fight with him became. On the Feiyun Alliance spacecraft, Ji Feiyun was stunned and frowned when he saw Wang Ting going up to the arena alone. Chapter 1854. You guys are really too weak. 2. Wang Ting is quite bold. He's still too young and impulsive. Xie Xin shook his head. I'm afraid he's going to lose, and it will be an embarrassing defeat. Maybe not, Ji Feiyun said. President, do you think he has a chance of winning? Xie Xin asked in surprise. I can only say that it's possible. Wang Ting doesn't look like a brainless person, Ji Feiyun said. On the Qingyang Society's spacecraft, Feng Qingyang furrowed his brows and then burst into a chuckle. Interesting. He was even more arrogant than me when I was young. Box novel. On the Witch Tower Alliance's spacecraft, the leader of the alliance, Wu Ming, reclined on the sofa with his legs crossed. He twirled the wine glass in his hand as he observed the situation below. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. Wang Ting walked up the arena and stood opposite the Feng Yun Alliance. Tension hung in the air. Shen Yangfeng stared at him intently. His eyes filled with fierceness and a murderous intent. Shi Tianyun, on the other hand, remained expressionless. But, his eyes were locked on Wang Ting. There was a hint of anger in it. The members of the Feng Yun Alliance stood around him and surrounded Wang Ting. Moments ago, they felt insulted, but now, they were showing their menacing fangs. It was as if a pack of hyenas had found their prey, snarling and baring their teeth. Wang Ting stood among the crowd, calm and composed with his hands behind his back. He swept his gaze around with a look of disdain. At this moment, several members of the Student Arbitration Association suddenly appeared at the edge of the arena. One of them was Wu De, who had previously crossed paths with Wang Ting. Quite the commotion, isn't it? He looked around at the scene and then directed his gaze to the arena. Why is he here? On the Feiyun Alliance's spacecraft, Ji Feiyun frowned. This is getting more and more interesting. On the Qingyang Society's spacecraft, Feng Qingyang smiled calmly. Wu De, a counselor. Wu Ming's gaze slightly narrowed, muttering under his breath. At the same time, many old students around the arena recognized Wu De and started discussing. Is that a counselor of the Academy's Arbitration Association? Counselor Wu De. It's him. Why is he here? Conflicts among new student factions shouldn't be enough to summon a counselor, right? Counselor? Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun were stunned when they heard the discussions around them. He didn't expect their conflict with the Constellation Society to attract a counselor. Did the Academy place such high importance on Wang Ting? The two of them exchanged glances and saw worry in each other's eyes. Senior Wu De. Wang Ting was stunned when he spotted the person from the Academy's Arbitration Association at the base of the arena. Hello, junior brother Wang Ting, we meet again. Wu De waved at Wang Ting enthusiastically. Wang Teng was bemused by Wu De's attitude. He asked in confusion, "Senior, why?" Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun's expressions changed when they saw this scene. Others, too, were taken aback when they saw the familiar interaction between Wang Teng and Wu De. They were surprised. They know each other. No wonder a counselor appeared here. Oh my God, Wang Teng knows a counselor. The Feng Yun alliance is in deep trouble now. Wang Teng isn't a simple person. Since the Feng Yun alliance has the guts to fight with him, they must have some confidence. But with a counselor suddenly appearing, it looks like we're in for some interesting drama. The discussions made Shen Yangfeng and Feng Yun alliance's expressions turn uglier. The expressions of the members of the Feng Yun alliance also changed slightly. Wu De didn't pay much attention to the discussions around him. He simply smiled and said, "Arena competitions are usually overseen by the Arbitration Association. I happened to have some free time, so I came to take a look." Everyone was speechless. Did you happen to have some free time? Who would believe such a statement? Everyone rolled their eyes secretly, not buying his explanation. The counselors of the Academy Arbitration Association had significant positions and responsibilities, and it was highly unlikely for them to casually show up to arbitrate a dispute between two new student factions unless there was a personal connection or interest involved. Did he have nothing better to do? "Thank you." Wang Teng was surprised. He didn't reject the offer and nodded to express his gratitude. "Do you have any objections?" Wu De nodded at Wang Teng. Then, he looked at Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun and asked. "Of course not." Shi Tianyun and Shen Yanfeng's expressions were somewhat stiff, but they eventually nodded in agreement. "Very good. Since you have no objections, let's start." Wu De paused for a moment before continuing, "However, I will say this first. This match isn't a matter of life and death. Neither side is allowed to take the other's life. Do you understand?" "I have no objections." Wang Teng nodded. A strange look appeared in Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun's eyes. However, they agreed and didn't say anything. "Open the barrier around the arena," Wu De said. The members of the Academy's Arbitration Association who came with him flashed into action, appearing at the four corners of the arena. They waved their hands. Boom! A burst of light flashed, and suddenly, a barrier rose over the arena. "Let's begin." A chair had appeared behind Wu De. He sat down and spoke calmly. The people in the arena turned serious. The atmosphere tensed up instantly. Boom! Boom! Two powerful auras surged. It was Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun. Chapter 1855. You guys are really too weak. 3. Boom! 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 At the same time, the members of the Feng Yun Alliance released their auras under the influence of Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun. Their auras seemed to merge into one, forming an enormous and imposing presence. An invisible force field seemed to press down from above, causing the ground to tremble. Boom! The dust on the ground flew up as if an invisible force was acting upon it, suspending all the particles in mid-air. Time froze. Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun looked at Wang Ting with a cold smile. Box novel. Wasn't he planning to fight against their group? It was time to show this guy what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. However, the expected outcome did not occur. Wang Teng remained incredibly composed, his expression as calm as still water. His expression didn't change at all when he felt the pressure from their auras. Wang Ting gave a mocking smile. Boom! In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted from him. It swept through the area with a chilling killing intent. The members of the Feng Yun Alliance were the first to bear the brunt. Their faces turned pale, and before they could react, their auras were completely shattered. They stumbled back several steps and stared at Wang Ting in bewilderment. How's that possible? Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun suffered the greatest pressure. Their expressions turned ugly. It was as if they were confronted with a scene of carnage and bloodshed, filling them with overwhelming dread. What a terrifying killing intent! The members of the Feng Yun Alliance trembled in fear. They almost lost their composure. How dare you show off with such a meager display of aura? Wang Teng snorted. Damn it, how can Wang Ting possess such a powerful aura? And that palpable bloodlust conscious? How many people has he killed? Shen Yangfeng seethed with anger and astonishment. Is this all you have? Wang Ting looked at Shen Yangfeng and asked calmly. Don't get too confident. Attack. Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun's faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot. They exchanged glances with one another, their eyes flashing with ruthlessness as they shouted this word. Boom. The moment they finished speaking, the members of the Feng Yun Alliance moved. They charged towards Wang Ting. The arena was quite large, spanning tens of thousands of meters in length and width. Otherwise, Cosmos Stage martial warriors couldn't go all out in their attacks. Even so, their powers were still restricted within the arena. The only advantage was that they wouldn't cause too much destruction. If not, no matter how tough and sturdy the 7 stellar academies were, they wouldn't be able to withstand the daily battles of these martial warriors above the Cosmos Stage. They would be left in ruins. However, theoretically speaking, even Eternal Stage martial warriors wouldn't be able to destroy this piece of land. According to records, these 7 continents were forged by supreme forces with unparalleled power, and they couldn't be easily destroyed. Wang Ting squinted as he looked at the Feng Yun Alliance members charging towards him from all directions. His figure suddenly blurred and multiple figures appeared. At a glance, every single one of those figures was identical to Wang Ting, to the point where it was impossible to tell who was the original and who were the duplicates. Clones. Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun stopped in their tracks abruptly. Their expressions changed slightly. They finally understood why Wang Ting dared to challenge all of them alone. With his clone skills, he was able to fight many enemies at once. However, they still had a significant numerical advantage as Wang Ting only created 5 clones, making it a total of 6 figures including his true self. There was still a considerable difference in numbers. Also, the clone skill had a disadvantage. It couldn't release the full potential of the true form. The more clones there were, the weaker each clone became. This was almost certain. Don't worry. These clones are at most only half as powerful as the real Wang Ting. No matter how strong Wang Ting is, 2 to 3 of us can handle one clone, Shen Yangfeng shouted. That's right. There's nothing to be afraid of. They are just for show. Don't be afraid. Attack together. The members of the Feng Yun Alliance were a little hesitant when they saw Wang Ting's clone. However, after hearing Shen Yanfeng's words, they quickly realized the situation and shouted, bolstering their confidence. Actually, they were afraid of Wang Ting. Wang Ting's reputation was immense. He had already defeated several top-tier prodigies. His strength was simply beyond their reach. Furthermore, the terrifying aura he had just released had left them even more apprehensive. Nevertheless, they were now at the point of no return. They had no choice but to go all out. Boom. One by one, the martial warriors from the Feng Yun Alliance unleashed their most powerful attacks. Sword auras, axe auras, fist auras, and more were all directed towards Wang Ting. The more they feared, the more ruthless their attacks were. This was a common mentality among the weaker opponents. Unfortunately, they were facing Wang Ting. Their attempt to overwhelm him with numbers was doomed to fail. Wang Ting snorted. There were 6 clones, including the real Wang Ting. They disappeared on the spot, leaving behind only a series of lingering shadows. The members of the Feng Yun Alliance squinted when they saw the frightening speed. Boom, boom, boom. Their attacks all missed, crashing onto the arena and generating bursts of light. The arena's surface was reinforced with defensive formations that made it impervious to normal attacks. The residual force rippled outward, striking the protective barrier, and creating dazzling flashes of light. This spectacle left many spectators in awe. Chapter 1856. You guys are really too weak. 4. The power unleashed by a group of Cosmos Stage martial warriors simultaneously was truly terrifying. But what surprised everyone even more was that Wang Ting's clones were weaving through the crowd and miraculously avoided being hit. Moreover, he had already begun to counterattack. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. A member of the Feng Yun Alliance couldn't react in time and got struck by the attack. He was sent flying backward. What? Box novel. Com Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun's expressions changed. They were astounded. They just exchanged blows, and not only did they fail to gain an advantage, one of their members was even sent flying. At the same time, Wang Ting's clone broke free from the crowd at the speed of lightning and charged toward the member of the Feng Yun Alliance who was just thrown off his feet. Stop him! Shen Yangfeng shouted immediately. In fact, he didn't need to say much. Many people were already chasing after the clone. However, their speed couldn't match Wang Ting's, even if it was just a clone. The member of the Feng Yun Alliance who got knocked back turned pale. He had just taken a powerful punch and was now spitting out blood. When he saw Wang Ting's clone closing in, his expression changed drastically. He wanted to stabilize himself, but he couldn't resist the powerful impact. Damn it, how powerful is that punch? He was flabbergasted. He finally realized that they had underestimated Wang Ting's clone. Who said that this was 50% of the strength? One punch and he couldn't retaliate at all. If this was 50% of his strength, how powerful was Wang Ting's true form? This member of the Feng Yun Alliance didn't dare to imagine. Unless this wasn't a clone but Wang Ting's true form. But he didn't understand why Wang Ting would deal with a nobody like him personally. Shouldn't he be going after Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun instead? These thoughts raced through his mind in a matter of seconds. In an instant, Wang Ting's clone suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind the member of the Feng Yun Alliance. Be careful! Several members of the Feng Yun Alliance shouted instantly. Swoosh! A sonic boom was heard. The member of the Feng Yun Alliance who was thrown off his feet didn't have the time to react. His pupils constricted violently, and the next instant, he felt an intense pain at the back of his head. His vision turned black. Then, swoop! Boom! A sensation akin to being struck by lightning surged from the top of his head. It caused his entire body to tremble. The member of the Feng Yun Alliance rolled his eyes upwards, leaving only the whites of his eyes visible. But it wasn't over. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds accompanied by the crackling of lightning continued to resonate. In just a few breaths, Wang Ting had struck a dozen times, leaving behind nothing but his lingering shadows. He knew that in this situation, others wouldn't give him much time. Hence, he had to finish it quickly. Sure enough, at that moment, several other members of the Feng Yun Alliance caught up with him and were closing in on him. However, Wang Ting had already stopped and retreated. He didn't give them any chances and slipped away like an eel, smoothly escaping their encirclement. The members of the Feng Yun Alliance turned grim as they lowered their heads and looked at the Feng Yun Alliance member who got attacked by Wang Ting's clone. He lay on the ground, convulsing, with a massive lump on his head that made him look like a pig's head. It was a truly gruesome sight. The members of the Feng Yun Alliance were extremely close, so they saw everything. Their hearts palpitated and the corners of their lips twitched uncontrollably. Some distance away, Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun also noticed this scene. Their faces turned black. We need to deal with his true form first, Shi Tianyun said in a gloomy voice. The problem is, I can't find his true form. Shen Yangfeng glanced around him and said in frustration. Shi Yuntian felt so exasperated he wanted to vomit blood. They never expected Wang Ting's clones to be so powerful. They couldn't distinguish which one was the true form. Ha ha ha, the Feng Yun Alliance is completely baffled. Many people burst out laughing when they saw this scene. However, most people were secretly shocked by Wang Ting's strength. Even his clones were as terrifying as his true form. They couldn't tell which was the real Wang Ting. At least for now, his true form hadn't been exposed. He remained hidden among the crowd, making it impossible for the Feng Yun Alliance members to make a move. Boss clone technique is still as formidable as ever, Wade exclaimed when he saw the situation in the arena. So, this is Wang Ting's clone technique. No wonder you all looked so secretive. It's indeed incredibly powerful and unique, unlike ordinary clone techniques. Borit's eyes sparkled as he watched the battle and praised Wang Ting's abilities. Haha, I can relax now. I feel the Feng-Yun Alliance won't be able to do anything to our boss, Wade laughed. In the arena, Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun continued to scan the area, trying to locate Wang Ting's true form. They didn't dare to separate. They were afraid that if they met Wang Ting alone, they would be defeated one by one. However, by sticking together, it became even more challenging to identify Wang Ting's true form. Bang! 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 In just a short amount of time, Wang Ting had dealt with several Feng-Yun Alliance members. 6 Wang Tings attacked at the same time. Even though 2 or 3 of them were held back, the members of the Feng-Yun Alliance still found it troublesome. They felt powerless in front of Wang Ting's speed. Chapter 1857. You guys are really too weak. 5. With Wang Ting's speed, if he avoided direct confrontations, many martial warriors of the same stage would be completely powerless against him. He was already unbeatable. The members of the Feng-Yun Alliance fell one by one. They turned into pig heads under Wang Ting's lightning slap, lying sprawled on the arena. The surrounding spectators were appalled when they saw what was happening. Wang Ting was truly defying the odds. It was ridiculous for one person to be able to fight a group of people so easily. At the same time, many people could not help but sympathize with the Feng-Yun Alliance. Box novel. How tragic. Not only were they defeated, but they were also beaten into a pulp. Wang Ting was crushing them. They were all genius martial warriors. How could they face others in the future if they were beaten up like this in front of so many people? Wang Ting is ruthless. That's right. The people from the Feng-Yun Alliance have all been beaten up. They're going to be nailed to the pillar of shame. Revenge. This is pure revenge. The Feng-Yun Alliance has provoked the wrong person. The tables had suddenly turned. As the members of the Feng-Yun Alliance fell one by one, many people's opinions of Wang Ting changed. Originally, many people thought Wang Ting couldn't win, and it seemed arrogant to take on a group of people by himself. But now, Wang Ting. In the arena, Shen Yangfeng finally couldn't stand it anymore. Veins popped on his forehead, and he shouted, "Do you only know how to hide?" The 6 Wang Tings glanced at him at the same time. Their gazes were filled with contempt. No one spoke, but a disdainful smile appeared on their faces. Contempt x6. Critical hit. Shen Yangfeng felt a stifling sensation in his chest, and he almost spewed out a mouthful of blood. Fart. Many people burst out laughing. Wang Ting was so mischievous. Without saying a word, just a look and a smile conveyed a strong sense of mockery. But, if it were them, they probably wouldn't be able to take it either. When 6 Wang Tings simultaneously shot a disdainful look, their mockery was so palpable, they couldn't even achieve such a striking resemblance with identical customization. Wang Ting, do you dare to fight with me in a single combat? Shen Yanfeng's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Single combat. Wang Ting seemed to have heard something amusing. Weren't you all quite happy when you said 2 of you would fight me alone? Why are you backing out now? 6 Wang Tings spoke at the same time. Shen Yangfeng and the others couldn't find Wang Ting's true form. Shen Yanfeng's face turned as dark as the bottom of the pot when he heard Wang Ting's words. Bang! 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 Swoop! Boom! During their conversation, Wang Ting grabbed another member of the Feng-Yun Alliance. He swung the lightning slap, ruthlessly smashing it into the opponent's head without holding back at all. Soon, another pig head appeared in the arena. This isn't a bad idea. It's me, one against all of you. Isn't that still single combat? The 6 Wang Tings said nonchalantly. You. Shen Yanfeng's face was green and white. He was so angry that he didn't know what to say. The spectators had strange expressions on their faces. One against the whole group. There seemed to be nothing wrong with that. However, Feng-Yun Alliance was in a miserable situation. They were at a loss for words. They were reaping the bitter fruits of their actions. Stop wasting time talking to him. Each of us should focus on one of his clones and quickly identify the true form. I refuse to believe his clones are as powerful as his true form, Shi Tianyun finally spoke. He kept sweeping his gaze around as he spoke in a deep voice. All right. Shun Yangfeng gritted his teeth and nodded. At this point, being cautious or indecisive wouldn't help them. Their only chance of winning was to quickly identify Wang Ting's true form. Once Wang Ting had dealt with all the members of the Fengyun Alliance, they would lose for sure. Based on Wang Ting's current ability, even if the two of them joined forces, they wouldn't be his match. They didn't expect Wang Ting to be so powerful. In an instant, Shun Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun both charged forward, each selecting one of the Wang Ting clones and launching a furious assault. Boom! Shun Yangfeng was a wind element martial warrior. He held a sword in his hand and slashed at one of Wang Ting's clones in a bid to force out his true strength. It was Wang Ting's earth element clone. He squinted and didn't fight with Shun Yangfeng. After dodging the attack, he continued charging towards another member of the Fengyun Alliance. On the other side, Shi Tianyun also locked onto one of the Wang Ting clones. He swung his battle sword, releasing streaks of blue sword energy to block Wang Ting's path. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. That was Wang Ting's fire element clone. Wang Ting's fire element clone summoned a fiery battle sword and swept it around, instantly breaking through the opponent's sword energy blockade. Initially, Wang Ting's true form was the one holding the lightning slap. However, later on, the lightning slap was passed around to each of the clones, and they would attack whenever they had the chance. It was like a relay. Gradually, it became more and more difficult for others to find Wang Ting's true form. Even with Shun Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun joining the battle, they couldn't change the outcome. The screams in the arena continued unabated. Members of the Fengyun Alliance fell one by one, and their expressions turned darker and grimmer. 45. 46. 47. When the spectators saw the members of the Fengyun Alliance fall, they could not help but count silently. They felt like they were watching a show. Time passed slowly. Wang Ting finally dealt with all the members of the Fengyun Alliance. They had more members than that, but these few dozen were the elite of the Fengyun Alliance. Yet, they were all defeated by Wang Ting in an instant. This was a truly miserable situation for them. The 6 Wang Tings stopped at the same time. It was a strange scene in the arena. The members of the Fengyun Alliance lay sprawled around the 6 Wang Tings in a disarrayed manner, creating a silent but awe-inspiring spectacle. Silence. The surroundings fell into complete silence. Moments ago, they were so engrossed in watching Wang Ting fight that they hadn't yet processed the outcome. Now that the results were clear, everyone felt utterly shocked, their faces reflecting disbelief. One person against a group. He did it. He must be a monster. You guys are too weak. Wang Ting shook his head as he looked at Shun Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun. Chapter 1858. You can't even defeat my clone. 1. You guys are really too weak. The moment Wang Ting finished speaking, Shun Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun's expressions turned gloomy. Like the dark clouds in the sky. The group of people were defeated just like that and were lying on the ground in a pitiful state. The Fengyun Alliance felt completely humiliated. At this moment, Shun Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun regretted their decision to let Wang Ting take on all of them. Their decision had led to this current embarrassing situation. Even if they won, others wouldn't praise the Fengyun Alliance for being formidable. If they lost, it would be even worse, just like now. Box novel. The two of them wished they could find a hole to hide in. Faced with the countless mocking glances from all around, they felt a burning sensation on their faces. They almost died of embarrassment right then and there. Oh my god. One against a group, he did it. Isn't Wang Ting a little too powerful? He's insane. Damn, this is not something a human can do at all. He's a beast. But to achieve this level, his clone technique and that extreme speed of his is vital. Otherwise, he can only wait for death. There are dozens of genius martial warriors. If it was anyone else, they could have easily been overwhelmed. However, Wang Ting managed to do it. I'm convinced. From now on, Wang Ting will be my role model. I want to join the Constellation Society. That's right. After this battle arena ends, I'll ask the Constellation Society if they're still accepting members. Wang Tung is too powerful. It must be reassuring to have a boss like him. I wonder if the Constellation Society will distribute that brick to their members. It looks very useful. Not only can it smash people, but it can also discharge electricity. What do you mean by distributing bricks? Do you think that is the Constellation Society's exclusive weapon? I want to have that. Wang Teng is a brick maniac. He smashes people everywhere and turns them into pig heads. Brick maniac. Brick maniac. Seriously? After a moment of silence, everyone finally reacted. Then, the atmosphere instantly lit up. The people from the Feiyun Alliance were also shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Was Wang Ting that strong? They were all senior students. They had been in the academy for many years, but they had never seen such a powerful freshman. He defeated so many genius martial warriors by himself. Was he still human? Ji Feiyun couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment on his face. He saw the potential of an extraordinary genius in Wang Teng. Even the top-notch geniuses probably couldn't do this at his current stage. Ji Feiyun's expression turned grim. It would be difficult to control such a monstrous-level genius. He suddenly had doubts about whether he could control this prodigy. On the Qingyang Society's spacecraft, Feng Qingyin's expression slightly stiffened and he frowned. He was no longer as relaxed as before. This Wang Ting was beyond his expectations. He had the same feeling as Ji Feiyun. When a genius became too monstrous, they became uncontrollable, and sooner or later, they would turn the tables. Unless they had absolute confidence. But did they? Ji Feiyun was unsure, and so was Feng Qingyang. Wu Ming from the Witch Tower Alliance wasn't sure either. He stared at Wang Ting for a long time. No one knew what he was thinking. At the edge of the arena, Wu De had a strange look on his face. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration in his heart. Junior Wang Ting is extraordinary. He managed to resolve this situation. How long has it been since he entered the academy? To undergo such a significant transformation shortly after entering the academy was truly unpredictable. No wonder. A hint of realization flashed in his eyes as if he had just thought of something. On the Constellation Society's side, everyone's faces were filled with joy and excitement. Boss is too strong. As expected of our president. He's so powerful. Let's see if that Feiyun Alliance still dares to be arrogant. They should know their place now. President is awesome. Long live the president. Long live the president. Some people from the Constellation Society shouted excitedly and cheered for Wang Ting. With the first person setting the example, more and more people joined in the cheering. The loud cheers gradually formed a unified chorus, creating a magnificent momentum that caught the attention of many senior students after this battle. Wang Ting will surely win the hearts of many, a senior student remarked. Joy flashed across the faces of Yu Chiqiao, Wade, and the others. Their gazes landed on Wang Ting. In their eyes, Wang Teng's figure seemed to be rapidly rising and radiating infinite brilliance. Sometimes, a person's charm naturally emerges in situations like this. This is great. Yu Chiqiao clenched her fists and thought to herself. In the arena. The 6 Wang Tings looked at Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun. In a flash, they surrounded them and said at the same time, "Now, it's the 6 of us against the 2 of you. Don't admit defeat, or I'll find it boring." Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun were speechless. They wanted to vomit blood in frustration. Something didn't feel right. They originally ganged up on Wang Teng, but now it had turned into 6 Wang Tengs facing off against the 2 of them. The change was too fast for them to accept. But, Junior Wang Teng is a little shameless. Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun will have a difficult time backing down. They won't give up easily unless they have no face left. Wu De saw through Wang Ting's plan and burst out laughing. Chapter 1859. You can't even defeat my clone. 2. Ha ha ha. Counselor Wu De, no wonder you hold him in such high regard. This Wang Ting Jr. truly is a remarkable person. A member of the Academy's Arbitration Association burst out laughing. I'm not the one who thinks highly of him, Wu De shook his head and smiled. There seemed to be a hidden meaning behind his words. The members of the Academy's Arbitration Association nearby seemed to have realized something, and a hint of curiosity flashed in their eyes. Wang Teng, I admit we underestimated you, but don't think you've won just yet. Shen Yangfeng stared at Wang Ting with a deadly gaze. He wished he could tear Wang Ting into pieces. Then let me see how you can turn the tables. Wang Ting extended his hand and gestured at the other party, curling his finger provocatively. Come, bring it on. This gesture wasn't offensive, but it carried strong implications of insult. Box novel. Especially when combined with his taunting words. Bastard. Shen Yangfeng trembled and his face turned ashen. He let out a roar and stomped his feet on the ground. He couldn't bear it any longer. Boom. A terrifying explosion resounded and he charged fiercely toward one of Wang Ting's clones like a cyan arrow. Die. He swung his battle blade viciously, unleashing a fearsome wind element technique aimed directly at Wang Ting's head. This was Wang Ting's wood element clone. This time, he created a total of 5 clones based on his 5 basic elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. With the other element forces in his true form, he was completely unbeatable. 10th level Wind Ultima. Wang Ting's wood element clone's eyes lit up. Indeed, any talents who entered the Stellar Academies should not be underestimated. The majority of them had grasped the 10th level Ultima. Normally, only Cosmos Stage martial warriors could grasp the power of Ultima. Many normal martial warriors at the peak of the Cosmos Stage might not even be able to reach the 10th level. However, these talented martial warriors had mastered their Force Ultima to the perfected 10th level even though they just advanced to the Cosmos Stage. One had to admit that their talents were exceptional. Moreover, Shen Yangfeng was a wind element martial warrior. Wind force was a special element. Martial warriors with such a talent wouldn't be weak. At this moment, the cyan blade light was already right in front of him. Wang Ting's wood element clone raised his head. He swung the wood element battle sword in his hand with a resounding crash. This wood element battle sword was a heaven-level battle sword. It was exceptionally good but certainly better than ordinary weapons. He was just using it because it was convenient. Above the battle sword, a green sword light burst forth. As Wang Ting slashed the sword, streams of green sword light shot out like leaves in the wind. 10th level Wood Ultima, Green Essence Sword Skill. Boom. In an instant, the attacks from both sides collided. The cyan blade aura and the green sword aura swept across the stage, fiercely clashing and creating a thunderous roar. Wang Teng's Green Essence Sword Skill was obtained during the League of Talents. It was a universe stage sword skill with formidable power. Combined with his 10th level Wood Ultima, the resulting power was undeniably impressive. Shen Yanfeng's cyan blade light was shattered directly. The fierce expression on his face froze. He found it unbelievable. This is his true form. Suddenly, he thought of something and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. He shouted at Shi Tianyun. What? Shi Tianyun, who was charging towards Wang Ting's fire element clone, was taken aback by Shen Yanfeng's words. However, he was already in front of Wang Ting's fire element clone, so he couldn't turn back immediately. He could only continue attacking the clone. Initially, he thought that this fire element clone was Wang Ting's true form because, during their previous confrontation, this fire element clone had engaged him directly and displayed significant strength. Boom! The sword in his hand radiated blue sword light, forming numerous blue swordfish in the air as if they were condensed from water ripples. They shot towards Wang Ting. A powerful power of Ultima exuded from it. 10th level Water Element Ultima. Shi Tianyun was using his full strength. He had no intention of holding back now. In his previous encounter with Wang Teng's fire element clone, he gained no advantage and had even lost quite a few members of the Feng Yun Alliance to this fire element clone. Therefore, he didn't dare to show any complacency. Even though Shen Yangfeng said that the one he was fighting with was the true form, what if the one in front of him was the real one? Regardless, he decided to eliminate one of them first. With this thought in mind, a strong malicious intent surged in Shi Tianyun's heart. Wang Ting's expression turned strange. Were they serious? They randomly chose 2 clones and claimed that they were his true form. When Shen Yangfeng shouted so confidently, Wang Teng almost burst out laughing. But he managed to hold it in. Shi Tianyun also seemed to have mistaken his fire element clone for his true form. He was attacking quite aggressively. In that case, let's play with them. A smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. The battle sword in the fire clone's hand suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a fiery red spear. Then, the fire element clone stomped fiercely and soared into the sky. Facing Shi Tianyun's attack, it didn't retreat but advanced, thrusting the spear forward and unleashing an endless blaze of flames. These flames were emerald green, clearly different from ordinary fire. The emerald glazed flame. At the same time, a powerful ultima erupted from the flames. 10th level fire ultima, roaring flame lion spear. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The emerald green flames congregated into a majestic and imposing giant lion, engulfed in flames. It roared into the sky and charged toward the blue swordfish-like sword light coming from the opposite side. Chapter 1860. You can't even defeat my clone. 3. What is this? Shi Tianyun was horrified. The sword in his hand trembled violently as his sword light disintegrated in an instant. Frightening force came from the opposite side, shaking the long sword in his hand. Furthermore, after the blue swordfish disintegrated, the massive flaming lion showed no sign of slowing down and continued charging towards Shi Tianyun. How can he be so strong? Shi Tianyun turned serious. He slashed his battle sword out again. Water cloud sword skill, he shouted coldly. Waves of sword light shot out from his sword. Countless water vapors gathered above his head, forming what appeared to be clouds. Within those clouds, the sword light floated, concealing a deadly threat. Box novel. Come her. Wang Teng was surprised. He looked at the clouds with interest. Roar. The flaming lion roared as it collided fiercely with the cloud. Boom. A violent explosion occurred. Within the cloud, waves of sword light swept out, forming a domain of swords around the flaming lion. The swords slashed and chopped the lion viciously. At this moment, fiery flames erupted from within the flaming lion, and a scorching heat instantly swept through the area. Under the searing emerald green flames, the misty sword light turned into vapor and dispersed in all directions. The two forces continued to clash in mid-air. Boom. In the end, both of them were annihilated. The residual impact swept out. In the sky, 2 figures shot out from the mist, leaving a white trail behind them. It was exceptionally clear. Divine flame. This is the true form. Shi Tianyun stopped 1,000 meters away and shouted with a grim expression. Shen Yangfeng, who was far away, began to doubt himself. The ability of the fire element clone Shi Tianyun was facing exceeded his imagination, especially when he saw the emerald green flame released by the clone. He was taken aback. Divine flame. Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun were familiar with Wang Teng's divine flame. Wang Teng executed it when he was fighting with Zhulong Shan. Normally, the one controlling the divine flame was the main body. It was extremely difficult for a clone to control the divine flame. This was because their tolerance for its power was extremely limited, unlike the main body, which was much more powerful and less likely to be overwhelmed by the immense power of the divine flame. So, upon seeing the emerald green flames, they began to suspect that Wang Ting's fire element clone might actually be the true form. Ha ha ha. The 6 Wang Tings burst out laughing when they saw their expressions. Why are you laughing? Shen Yangfeng asked with a black face. Nothing, nothing. I just saw something funny. Ha ha ha. Wang Ting couldn't stop laughing. These 2 people were fooled. They couldn't differentiate the clones and the true form. Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun's faces turned black. They felt that Wang Ting's laughter was filled with mockery, as if he were mocking them for being stupid. Tempage, this must be your clone. Trying to confuse us with such tricks won't work, Shen Yangfeng said coldly. Yes, you're right. This is my true form. The 6 Wang Tings nodded in unison. Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun's expressions froze. They were puzzled. Was it real or not? Wang Ting's confident demeanor made them doubt themselves once again. Below the arena, many people wore strange expressions on their faces. Some felt sympathy for Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun. They were the presidents of their faction, but they got played like fools. It was pitiful. I feel that boss is playing with their mentality. Wade stroked his chin with a strange expression. Yes, I think so too. Yu Chiqiao nodded. She turned to Borit and Yu Yunxian, who was sitting beside them, and asked, "Can you guys tell which one is Wang Ting's true form?" "I can't tell." Borit wore a frustrated expression and shook his head. Yu Yunxian furrowed his brows and examined the Wang Tings for a while. In the end, he shook his head. There seemed to be an invisible force on these clones that prevented any scrutiny. What's more, the auras emitted by them were all too similar, making it extremely difficult to distinguish. "You guys can't find his true form either?" "That's surprising," Yu Chiqiao couldn't help but marvel. In the arena. "Enough of this, let's join forces and take down that Wang Ting with the divine flame." Shen Yangfeng couldn't tolerate Wang Ting's mocking gaze any longer. "All right." Shi Tianyun nodded. Boom. The next moment, they both launched their attacks, charging straight towards Wang Ting's fire element clone. The fire element clone remained unruffled. He let out a hearty laugh and wielded his long spear. The spear shot out like a dragon. The emerald-glazed flame swept out, condensing into fiery dragons under the long spear. The power of Ultima converged within them, making these fiery dragons vivid and lifelike, as if they were real. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery dragons roared through the sky, rushing towards the two of them. The two of them turned serious. They were flabbergasted. Heavenly demonic wind suppression blade. Shen Yangfeng dared not be negligent any longer. He finally unleashed his most powerful martial technique. His battle blade danced wildly, creating afterimages. A special field expanded from his blade aura, forming a domain that specially belonged to the blade. Several fiery dragons crashed into the domain and were instantly torn apart. Wind element blade domain. Wang Ting turned serious. Chapter 1861. You can't even defeat my clone. 4. Wang Ting, you can't escape now. Come into my domain. Shen Yangfeng shouted with a sinister expression on his face. He believed he had found Wang Ting's true form, so he unleashed his most powerful attack to pull Wang Ting into his domain. He aimed to defeat him completely. Wang Ting's fire element clone blinked. He didn't dodge and allowed himself to be pulled into the domain. Shi Tianyun also entered Shen Yanfeng's domain in the same manner. Wang Ting is pulled into Shen Yanfeng's domain. The spectators around the arena were shocked. Is that Wang Ting's true form? I don't think so. Why will he be so calm if that's his true form? Box novel. That's right. Those 5 Wang Tings look like they're just here to watch the show, haha, so Shen Yangfeng is basically wasting his efforts. In the arena, the 5 Wang Tings stood quietly in the sky, showing no intention to intervene. Wang Ting's true form closed his eyes. Through a shared vision, he could see the situation inside the wind demonic domain. Inside the domain, Wang Teng's fire element clone was looking at the 2 people ahead calmly. Wang Teng, you will lose once you enter my wind demonic domain, Shen Yangfeng said proudly. Is that so? Wang Ting's fire element clone gave a meaningful smile. Why are you still smiling? Do you know that you're about to die? Shen Yangfeng couldn't stand Wang Ting's confident expression and snorted coldly. He raised his battle blade. Countless wind force surrounded his battle blade, and the power of the domain converged, forming cyan blade light. Within that blade light, there was an endless aura of death. It filled the domain with a terrifying sense of doom. Die! Shen Yangfeng shouted and slashed his battle blade down. Boom! Endless blade light descended ruthlessly upon Wang Teng's fire element clone. If this frightening attack landed on Wang Teng's fire element clone, it would shatter into pieces. However, the clone didn't evade and allowed the attack to land on him. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as the blade light engulfed Wang Teng's fire element clone. Shen Yangfeng was elated. Wang Ting was too arrogant. He didn't even bother defending himself. Was he seeking death? At this moment, outside the domain, Wang Ting looked at his Earth Element clone and said, "Go ahead." The Earth Element clone nodded. He turned into a beam of light and dashed into the domain. Many people noticed this scene and were astounded. The Earth Element clone turned into a streak of light and entered the domain. He charged towards the Fire Element clone who was submerged by the blade glow. This isn't right. Shi Tianyun's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene. Shen Yangfeng also felt something amiss. His smile froze and his expression changed slightly. At this moment, boom! A dark red glow suddenly erupted from the center of the blade light that submerged Wang Ting. It was accompanied by a unique domain. "It's a domain," Shi Tianyun said in a low voice. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, under their unbelievable gazes, the green blade glow filled with killing intent dissipated as if it had been melted by a scorching heat. A dark red domain suddenly expanded and pushed Shen Yanfeng's domain out. There was a standoff. Huge rocks floated in the dark red domain. Flames burned on their surfaces like meteorites. Terrifying domain power permeated the area. Wang Ting stood on a huge meteorite with flames swirling around him. He looked like the King of Fire. Flaming magnetic meteor domain. Your domain isn't strong enough. Wang Ting looked at Shen Yangfeng indifferently and spoke in a calm tone. Shen Yanfeng's expression turned ugly when he heard this. His domain had reached the 4th rank, and among the new students, he was certainly one of the strongest, if not the strongest. Yet, Wang Ting was looking down on him. He felt humiliated by his disdainful attitude. "Was that your clone?" Shi Tianyun looked at Wang Ting and asked. "What if it was?" Wang Ting replied calmly, "You've already run out of tricks. That's why you resorted to using your clone's power." "We're right, this is indeed your true form," Shi Tianyun said with a cold smile. "Think whatever you want. You're going to lose anyway." Wang Ting shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "You're wrong. You will lose." Shi Yuntian suddenly sniggered. A special aura that wasn't weaker than Shen Yanfeng's erupted from his body. Boom! A blue domain spread out from his body when he finished speaking. It was an extremely unique domain filled with the rich power of water. It created a dense mist that hung in the air. Most notably, Shi Tianyun's domain and Shen Yanfeng's domain didn't repel each other. Instead, they showed signs of merging. "What is this?" Wang Ting looked at the two domains in front of him in surprise. "Wang Ting, your hybrid domain is powerful, but our domains can merge, allowing us to unleash the power of a 5th-rank domain with our 4th-rank domains. You've lost," Shi Tianyun said coldly. "Oh, your domains can merge?" Wang Ting looked at them in astonishment. Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun didn't waste any time. They exchanged glances with each other and unleashed their domain power to its utmost limit. Chapter 1862 You Can't Even Defeat My Clone. 5. Shen Yangfeng wielded his battle blade, and the green blade radiance reappeared. Endless wind power congregated on his blade glow. Similarly, Shi Tianyun swung his sword, and the blue sword radiance burst forth, rising like water. It merged with Shen Yanfeng's blade, forming a tornado of blades and swords. Interesting. Wang Ting squinted. He was surprised by their domains. He didn't expect someone to comprehend the fusion of blade and sword, wind and water, just like he did. However, his tornado was still much stronger. His flaming magnetic meteor domain was enough to deal with them. However, he only fused 2 of his clones, so he didn't possess the full power of his original self. Thus, he couldn't afford to be careless. Box novel. He reached out to the sky, and the massive flaming boulders converged above him, gradually forming an incredibly large sphere resembling a small asteroid. Wind cloud domain. Shen Yangfeng and Wang Ting attacked at the same time. They combined the power of their domains and hurled it at Wang Ting. Go! Wang Ting pointed forward without any hesitation. The massive sphere fully condensed and descended like a small asteroid towards the blade and sword tornado. Boom! A terrifying explosion occurred. The blade and sword tornado rotated wildly in an attempt to completely shatter the massive stone sphere. The giant rock carried a tremendous impact as it slammed into the blade and sword tornado. The blade and sword energy within it were crushed. Both sides seemed locked in a stalemate. It was a tug of war. Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun felt nervous. They didn't expect Wang Ting's domain to be so powerful. In contrast, Wang Teng remained calm, seemingly unworried. Before long, the situation in the arena finally began to change. Crack! The blade and sword tornado couldn't bear the overwhelming pressure and emitted a series of cracking sounds as if it was about to collapse. In just a few breaths, the blade and sword tornado could no longer hold together and began to disintegrate. Boom! In the next moment, before Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun could react, the blade and sword tornado violently shattered. Countless sword energies shot out in all directions. How is this possible? Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun were flabbergasted. They seemed to have lost their voices. They didn't expect this result. Their combined domain, lost. Boom. While the two of them were still immersed in the shock of their failure, the enormous stone sphere continued its unstoppable force, directly hurtling toward them. Quick, retreat. Shi Tianyun regained his composure and shouted with a pale face. The two of them immediately retreated, but it was too late. The massive stone sphere descended at an incredible speed with an unparalleled impact. They couldn't evade it at all. They stared helplessly as the giant rock came crashing down. The two of them hurriedly activated their domains, trying to shrink them instantly and gather them within a meter of their bodies. This was their last-ditch effort to resist the impact of the boulder. However, time was against them. The massive stone sphere slammed down and crashed into their domains. Boom! A loud explosion was heard as the giant rock struck the layer of domain power around their bodies. Crack! The domain power shattered instantly. There was no way they could withstand the impact. Their faces were filled with horror. It's over. Wang Teng's lips moved slightly as he uttered two words. Immediately after that, the massive stone sphere exploded and a terrifying force impact swept out, engulfing the two of them. No. They only had time to scream before they disappeared in the terrifying explosion. Boom! The protective shields around them trembled under the impact of the explosion. They looked as if they would break at any moment. The audience was frightened. The people below the arena felt the muscles on their faces twitching when they saw the incredibly powerful explosion. This was frightening. How could Wang Ting possess such terrifying domain power? After a moment, the explosion slowly subsided, revealing the situation in the arena. A massive crater had formed in the center of the arena. There were cracks all around it like spiderwebs. Two figures lay within it, their armor tattered and their bodies covered in wounds. They looked miserable. Poor thing. Many people gasped when they saw this scene. Are they dead? Someone couldn't help but ask. Cough, cough. Someone suddenly coughed violently. The two figures slowly climbed to their feet. They weren't dead, but they were coughing up blood continuously. They appeared extremely weak. Another figure flew down from the sky and landed at the edge of the crater. He looked down at the two figures within the pit expressionlessly. Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun raised their heads to look at the person. Their faces filled with resentment. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached from behind, and several figures emerged. It was Wang Ting's true form and the other remaining clones who were waiting outside. You couldn't even defeat my clones. Wang Ting looked at the two of them and said suddenly. The clones disappeared, including the one who defeated Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun, and merged back into Wang Ting's body. Fart! Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun's eyes trembled violently when they saw this scene. They vomited a mouth of blood on the spot. Chapter 1863. Find your own spot and stay there. 1. Silence. The entire place went silent after Wang Ting finished speaking. Now that they saw Wang Ting removing his clones, they finally knew which one was Wang Ting's true form. When the Earth Element clone entered Shen Yanfeng's domain and helped Wang Ting's Fire Element clone, Many people guessed that it was just a clone that was pulled into the domain. However, they still didn't know which one was his true form. They only knew the one inside was a clone. Wang Teng's cloning technique was too mysterious. Very few people could see through it. Even the few peak universe stage martial warriors present were not able to see anything. Box novel. Actually, after evolving to this current state, Wang Teng's clone technique had already surpassed the darkness clone technique. It had become his unique clone technique. Wang Teng had only applied the principles of the darkness clone technique and made some modifications. Besides, he had a lot of forces as well. Even if he extracted all the force from one attribute and injected them into his clone, it wouldn't have much of an effect on his main body. That was why the clones were able to fight against the genius martial warriors and win. Wang Teng's presence was like a bug in the system. Everyone gazed at the massive crater in the arena in bewilderment. Even though the deep pit only occupied less than half of the arena. However, do not forget that the arena had a defense array. Ordinary Cosmos stage martial artists' attacks would not be able to damage it. However, Wang Teng managed to create such a huge crater. It was unbelievable. How powerful was the attack just now? Even some of the senior students who had reached the heaven stage had grave expressions on their faces. They started to take Wang Teng's strength seriously, especially since the attack was only released by Wang Teng's two clones. How strong was his true form? The Feng-Yun Alliance members, sensing the danger, had already fled the stage. Otherwise, they would have been affected by the explosion. The muscles on their faces twitched uncontrollably when they saw the terrifying hole in the arena. Then, they took a sharp intake of breath. Gasp! Their faces were bruised and swollen, so when their muscles twitched, it hurt. Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun spat out a large mouthful of blood and their faces turned even paler. They stared at Wang Teng, their gazes filled with unwillingness and humiliation. They lost. They were defeated thoroughly. If they had simply lost to Wang Teng, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, they were fighting Wang Teng as a group. Yet, they didn't win and even lost to Wang Teng's clone. If they couldn't even defeat a clone, how could they still have the face to stay in the Stellar Academy? They knew what they would encounter in the future. Perhaps people would laugh at them when they walked on the street. Look, those two were the presidents of the Feng-Yun Alliance who lost to Wang Teng's clone. Embarrassing. It was truly embarrassing. The two of them wished they could find a hole to hide in and never come out again. Everyone could not help but shake their heads when they saw the two of them. If they had known that this would happen, they wouldn't have done it. If they had some dignity in the past, they wouldn't have ended up losing so embarrassingly. Unfortunately, from the very beginning, they were blinded by that ambition in their hearts and were willing to resort to despicable means to secure victory at all costs. The only thing they didn't expect was that Wang Teng was so powerful. It wasn't just them. Many people thought that Wang Teng would lose. Who knew that it would end up like this? This was a miracle. It was a miracle that ordinary people could not achieve. But they are ruined. Many people couldn't help but sigh. They felt that Wang Teng was mean. He had already won, but he still had to provoke Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun like this. Wang Teng seemed like a petty person. It was best not to provoke him in the future. This guy. Wu De shook his head in amusement. Wang Teng's performance was beyond his expectations. Wang Teng had only stepped into the Stellar Academies for a short time, but his rate of improvement was so impressive that it even surprised him. However, it didn't take long for everyone to realize that Wang Teng was not going to let bygones be bygones. He seemed determined not to let Shen Yangfeng and the others off the hook so easily. In the arena, Wang Teng suddenly walked towards Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun. The lightning slap appeared in his hand. "What are you trying to do?" Cough, cough. Shen Yangfeng was shocked. He coughed up blood again. "Nothing much. I just wanted to exchange some words with you guys." Wang Teng smiled and replied. "Everyone. Exchange some words? Does that brick in your hand look like it wants to exchange some words? Don't come over." Shen Yangfeng got anxious when he saw Wang Teng getting closer and closer. The fate of the members of the Feng-Yun Alliance was still fresh in his memory, and when he saw that brick, He knew exactly what Wang Ting had in mind. I want to admit, Shi Qianyun's brows twitched, and he wanted to acknowledge defeat. But, how could Wang Ting give him such a chance? Before he could say the word defeat, Wang Ting rapidly moved, appearing suddenly in front of Shi Qianyun. He swung the lightning slap. He swiftly moved, appearing suddenly in front of Shi Qianyun. He swung the defeat. Bang! Swoop! Boom! A burst of lightning flashed. Shi Qianyun's body was already at his weakest, so he couldn't resist at all. His body twitched as he tried to gather the final traces of his force to protect himself. However, his force crumbled entirely. The lightning slap contained the power of the calamity lightning. Once it invaded the body, the force would disintegrate instantly. Chapter 1864. Find your own spot and stay there. 2. The president of the Foamune Alliance, who appeared charming on the surface but was actually quite scheming, was now suffering the same treatment as the other members of the alliance. When Shen Yangfeng saw this scene from the side, he was scared out of his wits. He no longer cared about his face and immediately wanted to admit defeat. He opened his mouth and was about to shout, "I," before he could continue. The lightning slap, which had been heading for Shi Qianyun's face, had already changed its course and was now heading straight for his face. Shen Yangfeng lost his composure and his eyes widened to the extreme. The purple aura of the lightning slap reflected in his eyes, and his pupils continued contracting. Bang! Swoop! Boom! The same lightning slap attack sound echoed persistently in the arena. Box novel. The corners of the mouths of the people below the arena twitched. They could not bear to look at it. Bang! 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 Swoop! Boom! Swoop! Boom! The continuous dull thuds were accompanied by thunderous explosions, and Shen Yangfeng and Shi Qianyun still couldn't manage to utter the words "admit defeat." Wang Ting prevented them from speaking. They could only send a message to Wu De with their eyes. "We want to admit defeat." Ahem. Wu De cleared his throat and pretended that he didn't see it. His gaze wandered, and he sipped his wine, perfectly avoiding eye contact with the others. Counselor Wu De, aren't we going to stop him?" A member of the Academy's Arbitration Association couldn't help but ask. "Have they admitted defeat?" Wu De asked. The Academy's Arbitration Association member was speechless. If they had admitted defeat, he wouldn't have asked. "No," he replied. "In that case, we have no right to interfere in this competition. Everything is within the rules," Wu De said slowly. "You're right." The member of the Academy's Arbitration Association immediately nodded and accepted humbly. Understood. Since the counselor had already said so, how could he not understand? He would be a fool not to understand his intention. In the arena, Shen Yangfeng and Shi Qianyun felt despair and regret. Why didn't they admit defeat earlier? At this moment, Wang Ting stopped what he was doing and smiled. "Our conversation is over. Come, tell me now, who asked you to attack our Constellation Society?" Shen Yangfeng was seeing stars. He wanted to say something. Bang! Swoop! Boom! "You want to admit defeat? Did you not have enough?" Wang Ting picked up the lightning slap and smashed it on Shen Yangfeng's head. Shen Yangfeng. Shi Qianyun wanted to say something too. "Do you want to confess defeat too?" Wang Ting looked at him immediately and inquired innocently. "Wang Ting, don't push your luck too far." Shi Qianyun, despite his swollen face, surprisingly had some backbone as he gritted his teeth and said. He knew that he were unable to say those words. If there was any sign of it, Wang Ting would stop him immediately. He was determined to keep them in the arena. "It seems you haven't been moved by me yet." Wang Ting shook his head and sighed. Once again, he swung the lightning slap in his hand, aiming for Shi Qianyun's head. F***CK. Shi Qianyun hadn't expected Wang Ting to act so swiftly. He were unable to help but curse in his heart. He was powerless to resist and could only watch as the brick smashed towards his head. At that moment, he felt a little regretful. Was it worth it? It was really painful. Bang! 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 Swoop! Boom! Ah! A miserable scream finally escaped from the verbal eyes of this rather tough-looking man. It was exceptionally miserable. This time, Wang Teng didn't hold back. He used more strength than before. A moment later, he slowly stopped and inquired sincerely, "Shi Tianyun, are you moved by me now?" Shi Tianyun almost burst into tears. "I don't dare to move anymore." "Yes." His lips trembled as he endured the intense pain and inner humiliation, nodding in agreement. "What about you?" Wang Ting looked at Shen Yangfeng. He didn't dare to say a word since the beginning. "Me too." Shen Yangfeng wanted to curse in his heart, but he didn't dare to at all. He could only nod in agreement. "All right, since you're both moved, tell me the person backing you." Wang Teng was elated and smiled. Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun hesitated again. On one side, there was this demon-like Wang Teng. But they couldn't afford to offend the person on the other side either. Speaking out might lead to unpredictable consequences. They finally comprehended why Wang Ting let go of the third condition so easily. He was waiting for them here. However, they had never expected it would come to this, and now it seemed they had no choice but to speak out. "Why? Isn't the emotion enough?" Wang Ting tossed the lightning slap in his hand and inquired softly. Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun's hearts skipped a beat, and their expressions changed drastically. They were already traumatized by that brick. "Wait," Shen Yangfeng promptly shouted. "Say it, but don't let me find out that you're lying to me. Otherwise," Wang Ting gave him a suggestive look that said, "you will experience it yourself." "Oh, to be on the safe side, the two of you will tell me separately." Wang Ting suddenly separated Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun. He blocked them with his force and didn't even give them a chance to send a voice transmission. "If the two of you say something different, he." Wang Ting weighed the lightning slap in his hand and snickered. Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun's expressions were grim. A sense of defeat washed over them. It seemed like their last avenue of escape had been sealed off. Chapter 1865. Find your own spot and stay there. 3. All right, speak up. "Let's start with you." Wang Ting pointed at Shen Yangfeng and said. Shen Yanfeng's gaze flickered. In the end, he sighed and was about to speak. "Junior Wang Ting, sometimes it's best to show mercy. I think that's enough." At this moment, a calm voice resounded from above the arena. It entered Wang Ting's ears. Many people looked up and saw several figures descending from the sky. The leader was a young man with long green hair. The one who had just spoken was this young man. His expression was indifferent, as if he didn't regard anything with importance. But there was a subtle air of arrogance about him. The figures led by this young man didn't land on the ground but hovered in mid-air, looking down at Wang Ting in the arena below. Box novel. "I." A sparkle flashed past Shen Yanfeng's eyes when he saw the leader. He thought that he could finally escape from Wang Ting's clutches and wanted to take this chance to admit defeat. Bang! Swoop! Boom! Wang Ting swung the brick, hitting him squarely in the face. He glanced at him and said, "Did I say you can speak?" Shen Yangfeng. Why is he so fast? Has not giving me any chances. Shi Tianyun wanted to speak, but upon seeing this scene, he immediately abandoned the idea and sighed deeply. Forget it, he should be obedient. The person in the sky frowned when he saw Wang Ting acting even after he spoke. He stared at Wang Ting calmly. "How do I address you, senior?" Wang Ting raised his head and asked calmly. "The president of the Qingyang Society, Feng Qingyang," the person replied in a composed tone. "The Qingyang Society?" Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He thought this would be the Feiyun Alliance, but it was an unfamiliar faction instead. Wang Teng, the Qingyang Society isn't simple. Their ability is on par with the Feiyun Alliance. Feng Qingyang is also at the peak of the universe stage. Round Ball's voice appeared in Wang Teng's mind. "Oh, it seems we've hooked another big fish." Wang Ting squinted his eyes slightly and chuckled to himself. The onlookers were astounded. They looked at the figure descending from the sky and began to discuss the situation. "It's the president of the Qingyang Society. Why is he here? Did he come for Wang Ting too?" "No, he looks like he's doing this for Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun." Wang Ting said that there's someone behind Shen Yangfeng and Shi Tianyun. Could it be him? TSK, this matter is getting larger and bigger. At the side of the arena, a strange look showed up in Wu De's eyes. He glanced at Feng Qingyang and gave a meaningful smile. The members of the Constellation Society looked at Wang Ting worriedly. They didn't understand why Feng Qingyang, the president of the Qingyang Society, suddenly appeared. Sister Yu, something seems a bit off. Wade frowned and spoke to Yu Chiqiao using voice transmission. Let's watch and see how Wang Ting handles this, Yu Chiqiao replied. With so many people watching, he won't resort to bullying Wang Ting. You're right. He's the president of the Qingyang Society. He won't do such a shameless thing. Wade nodded. Senior brother Feng Qingyang. Wang Ting pretended to suddenly realize. He continued, I didn't hear what you said just now. Can you repeat it? Feng Qingyang felt the corners of his eyes twitching. He didn't believe that Wang Ting didn't hear what he said just now. This kid was doing it on purpose. Yu Chiqiao, Wade, and the others wore weird expressions on their faces. They sensed that Wang Ting was setting a trap. Senior, if there's nothing, I'll continue questioning them, Wang Ting said when he saw Feng Qingyang wasn't responding. Since you have already defeated them, let them go. Humiliating them like this is not in line with the style of our Stellar Academy, Feng Qingyang said. Senior, are you trying to intervene in the matter between me and the Feng Yun Alliance? Wang Ting looked straight at him and asked calmly. Feng Qingyang furrowed his brow once again. He had sensed the sharpness of the young man before him. With just a few words, Wang Ting had revealed his sharp fangs. Wang Ting, don't be ungrateful. Our boss is doing this for your sake. You should appreciate it, a member of the Qingyang Society said with a stern tone. For my sake. Wang Ting seemed to find something extremely amusing and couldn't help but laugh on his own. Why are you laughing? The member of the Qingyang Society asked with an ugly expression. He was a universe-stage martial warrior and one of the higher authorities of the Qingyang Society. No new student had ever dared to speak to him like this. Even the new students who entered the academy in the past 2 years would treat him with respect and wouldn't dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful. Yet, Wang Ting remained nonchalant and even contradicted their president's words. And as for him, it was even worse. The expression on Wang Ting's face seemed incredibly mocking. It made him extremely uncomfortable. From the moment Wang Ting heard about their Qingyang Society, he never took them seriously. To him, Wang Ting had no self-awareness at all. He was overestimating himself. Youth knows no fear. I'm laughing at your naivety. Wang Ting chuckled. You. The member of the Qingyang Society was infuriated. He glared at Wang Ting. Why? Are you angry? Wang Ting looked at him coldly. I already gave you face by not saying you're foolish outright. Did you say you're doing it for my sake? Who do you think you are? Do you think you have a say in what's best for me? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.